It's, oh my gosh. Oh yes, okay, we're live on Facebook. Yes. Okay, that's nice. Login. I like it. Okay. Good plan. All right, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're still talking in the back, that's fine, but we're going to go ahead and get started. If you can hear me, please clap once. If you can hear me again, please clap twice. If you can hear me a third time, please clap 3 times. Excellent, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Nicole Scanlon. I'm the program manager for the CPS LLP program. I'm welcoming you today to the Peer Empowerment Conference. It is our 30th year. Can you believe it? 30 years of peer empowerment. That's great. Yes, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Our theme this year is Hope in Action, Achieving Success. So today is going to be a lot about having hope and celebrating the journeys of where we've all been. And so we hope you enjoyed today. Did the welcome already. So if you don't know anything about us, we are Cal Voices. We were founded in 1946. We are the oldest peer-run mental health advocacy agency in California. We have worked in Sacramento County's behavioral health system for more than 4 decades. So 30 years at PEC, 40 years of working in Sacramento County. Yes, we have a lot of extensive experience and knowledge of the county's resources and services. At this time, 100% of our staffs are consumers, family members, and our parents and caregivers, and that includes our entire executive leadership staff and all of our program managers. Since 2015, we've trained, coached, mentored, and done interviews and worked with thousands of peers across California. We do a lot of statewide work as well in an effort to improve the peer support services and California's public mental health system. So we are the Certified Peer Support Specialist Leadership Liaison. As I've been walking around here, I know many of you are familiar with us, and we're definitely familiar with you, and we've hung out in the virtual space quite a bit. So I'm really glad that y'all are here and we can finally meet in person. Over the past 3 years, we've expanded worked to expand the number of diverse Medi-Cal peer support specialists, increase the tools and resources available to support Medi-Cal peer support services in California. In fact, on your tables, you have little business cards for our toolkits for 2026. It's a double-sided card, and it has the QR code for the peer support toolkit and then a QR code for the employer toolkit. We've also worked to increase the knowledge of MPSS staff relating to the evidence-based practice of peer support. So those are our trainings that you all attended. And we've also increased BHS providers' knowledge about developing and expanding, retaining a diverse peer workforce. So our employer trainings. As I said, this is our 30th year of PEC. We began as Consumer Speaks. Some of you who've been in the biz quite a long time remember Consumer Speaks, and it brought together folks who utilized Sacramento County's behavioral health services and their family members, and it sought to give them networking resources and the state of services in Sacramento County. As we started this project, this conference became more focused on providing support to peer support specialists and their employers. Employers are welcome as well as those who are interested in working in peer roles. Today's program has been brought to you by myself. I'm Nicole Scanlon. This is Zana Nero Bates, our other planning team member, and Jennifer Churchill, who you met at registration. We put this whole thing together for you today. Yes, thank you. And now I'm going to invite Zana to take you through some housekeeping for today. I hope you enjoy your day, and I look forward to interacting with you and being up here and chatting with you a little bit more today.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, so like Nicole just said, I'm just going to run through some housekeeping with you guys. As far as Wi-Fi, if you go out this door on the counter, there is a little placard from Sac State that explains the Wi-Fi instructions. So if you need Wi-Fi, check that out. The restrooms, there are 2 restrooms, one on this side and one on that side. Wellness tools. In the middle of everyone's table, there is a clear bowl that has lots of wellness tools, as well as like some sticky notes if you want to take notes. There are colored pencils and acrylic markers and things like that for drawing. The fans that are in the bowls, you are welcome to take those and draw on those. Since this is going to be our last peer empowerment conference, we definitely invite you all to take everything that's on the tables and use all the wellness tools to their fullest extent. There's Play-Doh in there, lots of fun things to check out. We also have Do Send a Card. If you're not familiar with Do Send a Card, that is something that we do every year, and that is where you can write a letter of encouragement and love and hope to people who are in our hospitals and facilities who are, working on things, going through a tough time in their life, and we drop them off at the various different hospitals around here. And that is going to be located in the back table over there. You'll see a sign that says Do Send a Card on this table back here with note cards that you can write a letter on or draw a picture, whatever you want. We definitely encourage you guys to do that during our break. At that table, there's also Narcan and other little goodies to check out. And while you're there, please make sure that you check out all of our awesome, wonderful resource tables in the back here. They also have lots of things and information to share with you. And our centerpieces, those were brought to us by Turning Point, and we really, really appreciate all of the hard work that their community members put into making those for us. And those are also up for takees at the end of the day. So if you see one that you feel drawn to, definitely pick that up. That's also less stuff that we have to pack up at the end of the day. So please don't feel shy about that. And like I just said, we have lots of resource tables in the back. Please check those out. And for your certificate of attendance, those will be sent out to you by June 12th. You might get them sooner than that, but we want to give ourselves enough time to get those out to you all. So if you already registered for this conference, you should be all good to go. We should have your email. But if you were a late registrant or you just showed up today, the day of, please make sure to email us, peerleadership@calvoices.org, with your information, so we make sure that we can send your certificate to you. And for all of the peer specialists in the room, you do get CEs included for being here today, including 1 hour of ethics. So definitely make sure that you get your certificate. Okay, so everybody that came here today should have gotten a conference bag from our lovely staff at the registration table. In everyone's conference bag, there is a navy blue folder in there, and there's a few things of note in there for you. So on the left side of the folder, you'll have a notepad, and then you will have the Find the Peer bingo card, and this is something that I encourage everyone to take advantage of. You find someone, talk to people at your table, people around you, see where they match up, get their signature or initial, and if you fill out the entire bingo card, you can turn it in at the front at registration for an additional raffle ticket. Thank you. Raffle ticket. And speaking of raffle tickets, everyone has a raffle ticket already stapled on their folder. If you do not have a raffle ticket, please let one of the staff members know. We'll take care of that for you. But everyone already has a chance to enter into our raffle. But for another one, fill out the bingo card, turn it in. And then also on the left side, you will have the Certified Medi-Cal Peer Support Specialist Career Crosswalk, which is for one of our workshops today. And on the right side of the folder, we have our handout for what would you do navigating ethical dilemmas, including the scenarios and the dilemmas worksheet. And then we also have a handout for reimagining workplace well-being, visioning the possibilities. And then you also have a SAC Map wallet card in there. And like I said, the raffle ticket taped to your folder. And like I was saying, we have the Find the Peer Bingo. It looks like that on the screen. We do have some extra copies if you didn't receive one for whatever reason. So just once again, let a staff member know. We'll take care of that for you. But everyone should have a bingo card. So during our breaks and lunch and things like that, definitely bingo, get to know your fellow peers. And here is our morning schedule. So we have our opening and welcoming remarks, which is what Nicole and I are doing right now. And then at 9:15, I'm going to welcome Dr. Ryan Quist, who is going to say some nice words for you guys. And at 9:30, we are having our panel discussion. At 10:30 will be our first break and our first raffle. And then at 10:45, we are going to have our first activity for the day. What would you do navigating ethical dilemmas? And then at 11:45 is when lunch starts, and lunch will end at 1 p.m. There will be another lunch announcement with information closer to that time. And for our afternoon schedule, at 1 p.m., we are going to have spoken word with Tiffany Murphy. At 1:05, we are going to have Cowboys to celebrate 80 years. At 1:15 is going to be our second activity for today, reimagining workplace well-being, visioning the possibilities. And then at 2:15 is going to be our second break and raffle. And then at 2:30 will be our last presentation for the day, peer support moving forward. And then at 3 to 4 is going to be our closing remarks and our raffle, and that is going to end our peer conference today. So if at any point you have any questions, find someone that has a Cowboys shirt on and we'll be happy to help you out. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. And without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Ryan Quist. He is a Behavioral Health Director for Behavioral Health Services, Department of Health Services, and Social Services Agency. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. Really excited to be here. Really excited to see so many great faces doing this amazing work. So it's truly an honor to be here today. This is a space built by, for, and with people whose lived experience continues to shape the future of behavioral health in Sacramento County. We could not do our work without peers in our community. I want to begin by acknowledging something fundamental. Our system is stronger, more responsive, and more humane because of peers.
Amen.
Peers bring a type of understanding that cannot be taught. It's an authenticity, a credibility, and a connection that helps people feel seen, supported, and hopeful. In our programs across the county, peer support specialists and advocates walk alongside individuals and families every day, helping them navigate services, build resilience, and take meaningful steps towards recovery. Their work promotes acceptance, empowerment, and healing in ways that clinical services alone cannot. And this year's conference theme, Hope in Action, could not be more timely. We know that many of you have questions about what Sacramento County Behavioral Health Services system changes will mean for peer roles, peer certification, and community-based organization. And we recognize that there's been a lot of change within the state. Prevention funding is moving towards the State Department of Public Health, so counties have had to pivot to emphasize the role of peers in our Medi-Cal programs rather than prevention programs. Workforce education and training has shifted to the state HCI, or Healthcare Access and Information, for our entire workforce, including clinicians as well as peers. We all have questions about how this will meet the needs we all have for prevention and workforce issues, and how the state will address ongoing needs, especially for peer certification, continuing education, recruitment, and retention. And I should note that right now, HCI has a feedback session, a survey open. This is an opportunity for us to shape how HCI administers their workforce dollars moving forward. And it's not just community-based organizations that are interested in those funds. It's also the schools, it's also the Kaisers, it's all these other private insurance funded service providers that are going to be getting their voices into that feedback session. So it's really important that we as community-based organizations continue to make sure that our voice is included in that. So if you have an opportunity, please take advantage of the opportunity to provide feedback as a part of HCI's process, so that we make sure that priorities for how we continue to develop our peer workforce continue to get the attention and resources that we need. So all of these are really very real and important questions, and I want to say clearly that your voice, your expertise, and your leadership remain essential to the behavioral health system we are building. Peer involvement is not optional. It's a core value that shapes how we design and deliver services. Peers are central to service delivery, family and consumer voice efforts, and the ongoing transformation of our continuum of care. As the system transitions, we remain committed to maintaining the meaningful role of peers in every part of our service delivery, from crisis response to ongoing support, from navigation to community education. And we also are committed to supporting peer career pathways, including embedding peers throughout our Medi-Cal programs. We're also committed to collaborating closely with community-based organizations, which have long been the heart of peer-led and peer-run services in Sacramento County. We're also committed to creating opportunities for peers to shape the system, not only through service roles, but through leadership, planning, and policy input. I want to recognize the resilience of our peer community. At a time when the behavioral health landscape is shifting statewide, you continue to show up for your clients, for one another, and for the broader community. You remind us that hope is not abstract. It is lived, it is practiced, it is shared. Today is a celebration of that hope. It is also a call to action to continue elevating peer voices, strengthening peer programs, and ensuring that lived experience remains a driving force in everything we do. Thank you all for your leadership, your partnership, and your unwavering commitment to recovery and community wellness. I'm grateful to be here with you, and I look forward to continuing this work together. Thank you, and enjoy the conference.
Right, thank you so much, Dr. Ryan Quist. Okay, so now we're going to move into our panel discussion a little bit early. We are going to be talking about from surviving to thriving, and I would like to welcome at this time Jennifer Churchill. She's coming from registration, so she'll be a couple of minutes. Eduardo Rodriguez, if he could please come to the stage, and Donald Scherschleit, and Robert Salinas. A couple of our attendees for our panel couldn't make it today, so I apologize for the screen, but the panel is still going to be amazing, and I'll just give everyone a minute to get set up since we are getting started a little bit early. guys ready? Okay. Yeah. Check this.
Hello.
All right. Awesome. Okay. So if we could just quiet back down, I'm going to go ahead and read everyone's bios, and then we will get started with the questions. In 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay, so starting with Jennifer Churchill. Jennifer Churchill has been in the behavioral health system since 2010, holding various roles such as alcohol and drug counselor, lead family advocate, advocacy supervisor, and currently as a certified peer support specialist liaison. She is dedicated to assisting those with substance misuse and integrating peer support into prevention and treatment services. Additionally, she serves as the Behavioral Health Commissioner for the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Commission. Moving on, we have Eduardo or Eddie Rodriguez. He is a peer support specialist who draws from his lived experience, which guides his approach to peer support. He is passionate about supporting the community. Eddie is an active community member who advocates for vulnerable populations and works to create meaningful change. He is currently pursuing his bachelor's degree in sociology at Sacramento State. His goal is to continue supporting justice-involved individuals and serve as a positive role model within the community. After him, we have Robert Salinas. Robert has been with Cal Voices for over 5 years, holding various roles such as YSU intern, family and friends coordinator, peer support specialist, program manager, and currently peer certification trainer. As a certified RAPS facilitator, he utilizes his personal experiences with mental health and substance use recovery to effectively train and advocate for peer-driven support services. Robert is dedicated to promoting empowerment, resilience, and recovery within the behavioral health community through compassionate and person-centered care. And last but not least, we have Donald Churchlight. He is a certified peer support specialist with Turning Point Community Programs Integrated Service Agency, a full-service partnership supporting adults with severe mental illness in Sacramento County. He also co-facilitates the county's Adult Peer Support Committee and serves on the Behavioral Health Commission. With a background in LGBTQ+ activism and community organizing, Donald is passionate about expanding equitable access to mental health services and improving systems of care. Donald brings lived experience as a survivor of a suicide attempt, homelessness, and stimulant use disorder, which informs his work and fuels his dedication to peer support and recovery-oriented care. In his free time, he enjoys Orange Theory, local theater, and volunteering as a whitewater rafting guide. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists. Okay, for our first questions, and we'll start with Jenny, or whoever feels comfortable going first. Can you share a bit about your journey in a way that feels comfortable to you?
Sure. So my journey started, I was out there. I'm a recovering alcoholic addict. So my journey started with that. I call that my internship. So when I got into recovery, that's when I found that I just enjoyed helping people. And I found so many people that had the same experiences that I had. And there was a group that I went to. It was through CalWorks, and I don't even know the name of the group, but I knew I had something in common with every single person there. But we didn't have everything in common, if that makes sense. But I found myself going to this group for about 4 or 5 years, and I became like a networker where I'd say, oh, you could go here. Oh, have you tried that? No, they can bust your kid if you have an IEP, that kind of stuff. And I found myself doing that. And then I went, once I got solid in my recovery, I went back to school, got my chemical dependency and my human services degrees. They're both AA degrees. And that's when I became a drug and alcohol counselor. So I enjoy working with the treatment community. Mental health has always been there for me, yet I never acknowledged it. I remember when I was a kid, I would draw pictures of me, killing myself, and that's not normal. So, so I knew something was up, and then that's where I always wanted to be somebody who was not me. Anyhow, that's where my passion comes, is that I get to watch other people find their journey, find their path, and find out what they really have to offer, because everybody has something to offer. Everybody does. And I'm super glad that I've been able to continue my journey and moving into different positions. And I'm really sad that our program is closing, or sunsetting, if you will. And I don't have a problem, because I know that I'm going to be taken care of. So there we go.
Repeat the question, please.
Of course. Can you share a bit about your journey in a way that feels comfortable to you?
Hi everyone, my name is Eddie. My journey began, so both of my parents were addicted to drugs, and how that goes. So I ended up CPS and taking us away. Raised with my grandparents. I was incarcerated at 18 years old, a life sentence for the next 27 years. I was just released in 2024. 6 months later, I get hired by the county to be a peer.
Yeah.
From the same county, that locked me up, hired me when I came out. So, but the thing about being incarcerated for that long is, it's called arrested development. I wasn't able to mature and grow up according to my age. I still acted like I was still young. So for the last 5 years, while I was incarcerated, I started getting myself together. This was following a 4-year period of solitary confinement. I helped convey shoot. It was in there that I started finding myself. So all the walls I put up, all the bricks I put up, create my own prison before I could go into prison. So I started taking groups up in there, started, talking to people, started feeling more comfortable talking to people. And that helped me in the last 5 years, getting ready for a parole board. I was denied twice. The third time was a charm. So my journey is about helping people, trying to help people. So I go to high schools and stuff like that, do outreach. I talk to my team, Sacramento County works with the youth, and I specifically relate to these people, these young folks, because I know what they're going through, and I know where they're headed. So I try to help them understand that this too shall pass. Is what I'm saying.
A little bit about my journey. It's been a long journey. I was introduced to the ruins of 12-step recovery when I was probably about 23, and I wasn't ready for them. It took quite a while before I became willing to do that. I've got over 18 and a half years recovered from drugs and alcohol, which is great. And about almost 10 years in, actually about 7 years in, I started having, I didn't know until I looked back, having mental health issues. It kind of blindsided me. It took about 3 years, but it culminated in me with a suicide attempt in 2017. And I didn't use it, that was still very traumatic. And as a result of that, kind of led me to where I am today. So this journey has been, it's substance use, it's mental health, it's everything tied together. It's dealing with PTSD. There's a lot going on, and you have other questions here that'll lead me more into that. But I've gotten comfortable talking to it in this arena with mental health. I go where I need to go to hear what I need to hear to get the help that I need to get help around these days. And I enjoy what I do now because I get to get back to people and use my lived experience to hopefully help inspire and hope in other people that, you know, we do recover. And it's, you know, yeah, I'll leave it with that. Thanks.
I like this question just because, so I have PTSD, and I think one of the core things about PTSD is that it really shapes the core foundation of who you believe you are in the world, and this idea of like the story you tell yourself about your life no longer makes sense. And I think for me, mental health has shaped a lot of my adult life, but I didn't really expect to do it working in mental health ever. It didn't really make sense. It was actually at this conference last year though. There was a presentation on the activist history of peer support, where things started to really click for me. And I started to see how I got to this place where I'm at now. Well, I'll say briefly, it's just that, like, as I said, mental health has shaped my adult life. I have depression, PTSD, stimulant use disorder, I survived suicide attempt, emotional abusive relationship, homelessness, all the things that all of us in this room have been through. And then the other thing, like Jenny said, I was a networker. I was always that friend who was like, oh, you need someone to go to a doctor appointment with you? Let me go. I'll take you. Oh, you don't know how to sign up for Medi-Cal? Let me get you on that shit. You know, I'm sorry. Let me hook you up, friend. It was, but I think for me, I have a background in activism. And so consumer advocacy, being able to advocate for yourself in systems that really don't treat consumers well, really became a passion for me, and that's something that's really guided me through this journey so far. It's just really when I work with members, being like, what do you need and how do we get you there, and how do you get yourself there? I think has been a really guiding light. So that's been a big part of my journey. It's just they said I think realizing that like we're all part of a history of activists, of consumers who spoke up for themselves in unfair systems, and yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, everyone. Amazing answers. The second question is, can you describe a turning point or moment that shifted your path?
My turning point was CPS. CPS was involved in my life a lot more than what I wanted. I was also heavy in my addiction and isms, and so my marriage was going down, and it became like domestic violence and so on and so on and so on. And so that turning point right there is when I got myself clean and sober. I left the home and blah, blah, blah. So that was my turning point.
My turning point, as I mentioned before, was solitary confinement. No one else to talk to, no one else to blame, just me in the right.
I like this question. I was thinking about this, and I think the turning point was when I became willing to take action, to take some sort of step. And so I was living in Long Beach, and I had also just been recently released from prison, and I knew where, you know, I'd gotten the information on where to go to get some help, and particularly substance use. And you know, I wasn't willing to go because, you know, I'd gotten this job and I got home at 5 and I lived right on the beach and parking's tight and I can't get in my car and go somewhere, I'll lose my parking spot. And I gave myself that story for several months. I just wasn't willing. When I finally got willing, I realized, oh, the meeting is at a church that is across the park and across the street. So I actually walked there. So this excuse that I gave myself, I'll lose my parking spot, which is absolutely ridiculous. But when I became willing, I found what I needed. And when I, you know, so years later, when I wanted help around my mental health, I thought there's got to be something like 12 steps for mental health, and started searching around. It was a lot harder to find, but I became willing to do this training through NAMI. And through NAMI, I found out about Wise You. And here I am now, almost 7 years working with Cal Voices, that I didn't know that was going to happen. But when I became willing to take action, things changed.
I would say for me, like the turning point for me was my decision to enter drug rehab. But I also, because for me, that was like where things really started to turn around. Within a year, I was hired at Turning Point, and like doing this. But I also think the turning point question is always like a little misleading to me, I think, because when I got into rehab, like it was, I won't lie, I had some people really have a hard time in rehab, and I empathize that. I had the easiest time in rehab because I was so ready for it at that point. Like I worked so hard to make sure I was prepared for rehab, because I had gone into rehab once before and it was not successful. It was actually really, really unsuccessful. I stayed for 5 days. I left, and then no one heard from me, and like 3 months later, I was homeless. And so I just knew that, like, I think people always tell you to trust in the process, to have some hope for change, and I think that can be really hard for someone who's in the thick of it to sustain. And so I think for me, there was about a 2-year process before I made the decision to go into rehab of where I decided to start accepting help from friends, from counselors. I moved out of my car that I was living in and moved back into housing programs. I ended up getting a job. I reconnected to hobbies, like a bunch of little decisions that really, to me at the time, did not seem like they were fundamental shifts in the way I was like doing anything in the world, you know? But that over time added up to this decision where I finally was like, you know, I'm ready to go to rehab. I'm ready to change my life. And it made that life change really easy, actually. So because I felt I had worked so hard to lay the foundation for success there. So yeah.
Thank you. Okay, what changes, big or small, helped you move towards a place where life feels more like your own and less just about getting through? You can take a moment.
There you go.
I wrote no cards down. I was a little nervous, so I have my answers here. For me, okay, I know my bio at the end sounded like a dating profile talking about my partner, but I will say for me, that's actually like my answer to this question was like reconnecting with my community and interests has been like the biggest shift. I think once you get through, you know, drug treatment or mental health treatment of some kind, and you start being like, okay, now maybe you get a job or you start like going back to school, but like you start reconnecting with family and friends. Like, what do you do? Like, how do you get into a life that feels like your own? You know, that feels like I'm the one in charge here. And for me, it was really reconnecting with my passions, connecting to my local community. So I go to a very social gym where I have made friends. I joined a running club. It said I volunteered as a whitewater rafting guide, which was like a total fluke. I went as like a client on a trip with this nonprofit. And then they were like, we take volunteers. And so I was like, okay. And then I joined the Behavioral Health Commission. So I feel like I'm giving back to my community. So really just like finding all sorts of different ways. I've also tried a bunch of other things that like weren't successful. Those are just the things I stuck with, but like really being willing to say yes to try new things and to really figure out kind of like who I am. Because I feel like in addiction, I really like lost a sense of identity, a sense of self. And so I had to really rediscover that after, 8 years of not knowing who I was, So, yeah.
Yeah, I think this aspect of what changes big or small. I think the change, going from being, for me it was, active addiction 24/7 for a better part of 6 years, and going from that to suddenly not being that person, not having that identity, to find out, what is it that Robert wants to do? What is it I like doing? And one of the things that I got back into in early recovery was that, I started running. I thought, if I could just go a couple of blocks, and then that couple of blocks turned into a little bit more, and realized that, I had that passion. I was a runner all through high school, and so I got into that, and I got into doing, I'll do a 10K, and then I'll do a half marathon. And so I was very content with that. And then I ran a half marathon in Long Beach, and I thought that was very underwhelming. I need to do more. So then I got into marathon running, and that has kept me, that was the biggest part of my recovery, was getting back that health journey, which unfortunately has now ended because I'm now old enough to a knee replacement. I just wore my body out. I used it a lot, but I've enjoyed it so much that was, a decision to take a positive step, because in the beginning I could only go a couple of blocks because I just didn't have the energy. I'd done a whole lot of everything else for so long that I just couldn't. I didn't have that stamina, but I developed it over the years, and you know, I can say that I've run a bunch of marathons and I've enjoyed it, so. Yeah.
I think the one thing I concentrated on was to not allow my stress from yesterday to carry over to today. I wake up in a positive attitude, and what I learned from it was I gave myself time to think and take my lived experience, as negative as it was, repackage it into positivity for myself and for others. And now I'm sitting here, you know, talking to you guys amongst the people who trained me to be certified.
Of course. What changes, big or small, helped you move towards a place where life feels like more like your own and less about getting through?
Okay, so before I got clean and sober and into the workforce, well, I was working, but I was working at a deli. And we had knives at every station, and somebody said, "Hey, can I get your knife?" I said, "Take the one out of my back." And my coworkers were like, "Why do you do that? You're always putting yourself down." And I said, "Because I want to be the first to do it, so it doesn't hurt as much when other people do it." Well, that's stinking thinking, right? So now, I think what's gone for me is the self-esteem and the confidence has really taken its path. And it took a long time to get there. Trust me, a long time. And, you know, people saying good job, or you did this, can you do that, or something. It took a long time for me to accept those things and that I did them well. You know, this is really hard to say too. But I will say that today I wake up, like Eddie said, positive every day. I get to go to work. I get to pay my bills. I get to drive to work. And then I get to do these things. And I just went on a 7-day cruise to Alaska by myself. Robert was there with his partner as well, but we didn't plan, well, we planned to go together, but at the same time, I wanted to know one person on the ship, so that was very nice and comforting, and we had a great time, we really did. But I had no kids, no family, no nothing, and I came back so relaxed. I don't think I've ever been as relaxed as I came back. So now I've got the last day-itis or senioritis or whatever you want to call it. So I'm here, I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and that is beautiful for me to be able to do that.
All right. What strengths have you discovered in yourself through your experiences?
I think I just talked about my strengths.
Keep going. Say more.
Say more? All right, so my recovery journey has really taught me a lot about myself. I'm not a thumper, a book thumper, or whatever you want to call it, but the program of AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, has really given me such enlightenment to who I am, and my son hates it when I say it. My deficits, defects, spiritual defects. Yeah, defects. Thank you. And he says, "Why do you say that? It's not defects." And well, they are, and they keep coming back. And so I have to dig deeper to find out why it keeps coming back. Is it a habit, or is there something underneath it that I really need to get? And that has been a beautiful journey. Every year of my sobriety, I think to myself, "Wow, I thought I had it all together last year. This has been great." Yeah. So, and I have 19 years of sobriety.
The strength I realized in myself is that I am resilient.
Yes.
I'll say a few strengths I discovered along the way. I think one is I'm really resourceful. And I think that's really important when I work with members too, is if there's a way to find something for free or get you signed up for a benefit, we're going to find it and we're going to do it. And I will follow up until it's done too. The other one, I'm really stubborn. It's annoying for people, but it works really well for me. I would say I'm also, I learned that I have like a toughness, which sounds I don't know, maybe that's not like quite the right word. It's like a tough optimism in a sense. I remember, so in like 5th grade, I was like, I remember having a teacher sit down because I was like, I cried a lot. I was a crier in school. I remember the teacher telling me, like, you're going to middle school next year. You need to learn how to like not cry in front of everyone. I was like, and I remember thinking like, yeah, I probably should do that, you know? In a way, not that crying's bad or anything, but just in the sense of like not letting things get to me so much. I think learning that like resilience is a good word. That I'm like stubbornly hopeful, and with my members too, I'm just like we will get through this with our heads above water. At the end of the day, we will still be here, you know. And so, in like letting that like really be like something that I just like that's like a core value at this point, something I won't give up on, no matter what. Like feels really like a strength that I didn't have as well developed before I became homeless, you know. And then once you get through that, and you get through pretty severe drug use and all sorts of other, you know, things where I thought I was bottoming out, and then I wasn't bottoming out. I think you learn to really accept that. And then the last strength, I'll just say, Dr. Quist said it, and so I wrote it down. I was like, oh, that's the one I was thinking of. Credibility is such a strength for working with our members too. I think the fact that for so long I couldn't talk to anyone about my meth use because I thought that was good. They just shrug it off and they would say, oh, we can't listen to this guy, you know, or I couldn't talk about my PTSD because they say, oh, this guy is too crazy for us, you know. Now it's the big strength I have, you know. That gives me credibility to speak on this in ways that a doctor could never speak on this. And so I just think that's another strength.
I think I've learned that one of my strengths is that I'm able to see in people what they can't see in themselves and able to reflect that back to them. Over the years, I've worked with a lot of people, and you know, just being able to like hear what they're sharing, and they can't even see the hope or maybe the success that they're actually having. And so I think maybe that comes from, you know, I try to be a good listener, and you know. That idea we talk about when we do your trainings is, you know, it's like I share nuggets of my recovery with people to help them see that they too can, you know, develop that hope for themselves and inspire them to do the best that they can for themselves. So I think that and I think I try to approach this with a lot of integrity. It's like you know, I'm not trying to put up a, you know, you can't bullshitter, so I can't really tell people, you know, what it is unless I know it's the truth, you know. And having been there, I know what my truth was like. So I try to reflect that back to people, like, you know, you can do this, or to see what they can't see themselves.
Great.
Thank you all. I really love everyone's answers, and almost prior to crier, I felt that. So our next question is, can you describe the moments, supports, or shifts that helped you move from being a consumer to living a life where you feel like you're thriving?
Okay. I got the note card, so I guess I don't have to think about my answers necessarily. Okay, this was like a very broad question. Like you always, I want to talk about this. I think just like how I couldn't have gotten to a place where I'm thriving, I suppose, without like a vast network of support. I did a lot of work. I don't want to discount that, and I always think like, obviously, I think we all have to work hard to start recovery. That said, like I have like my best friend Jake and their mom Shelly housed me for 1.5 years for free. I lived on their couch. Shelly helped me get a job at a gas station, which would help me be accountable to other people in a way that I've never been. That manager worked with me despite the fact that I was still dealing with substance use very severely throughout that job. I went to transitional housing at a program called Open Arms run by Volunteers of America for people with HIV. I saw the VOA shirt right there. And that was a huge, like, I was like feral before I went into housing. That place got me used to taking a shower again, to like eating 3 meals a day, to brushing my teeth, you know. I always talk about my AOD counselor at One Community Health, Shalon Gerald, is literally like my guardian angel. I will do anything that woman tells me. So I name her because she's just the best. My therapist, my parents, who frankly were the ones who kicked me out and made me, who it was a mutual decision to kick myself out, I should suppose. But right now are my biggest supporters because it's like they've seen it all. I can tell them pretty much anything at this point. So I think for when I work with like members, it's always about like who can support you, because oftentimes I work with members who I am their support person and their caseworker who they have on our team is their support worker, and they don't have anyone else. And that's like, I love being there to support people, but I'm also not enough for that person. And so I know that like finding like friends, finding for me a sober community, for me finding like reconnecting with family who are supportive of me, finding like ways to get involved in my community has just been so important. You need a village to get through this, to get through recovery, and I think like let's get to a village, you know. So.
I think the biggest shifts for me were have to do around work. We really sort of identify so much with the work that I do, and not just this, but in other arenas. So when I was walking around Long Beach, and I just got out of prison, didn't know what I was going to do, and met somebody who owned a pet store, and I basically sold myself to this person, said I can work for you and I can do X, Y, and Z. And this person took the chance on me and gave me a job, and I managed that pet store for close to 3 years. And I guess what got me from being a consumer to feel like I was living life is, so I kept that job, and and until I felt I was ready, like I want to do more. And but I was afraid because I thought I've got this past, this history, there's all this stuff in my head that was keeping me from, it was kind of maybe keeping me stuck there, or felt like I had to stay there. And when I became willing to kind of step outside my comfort zone, I applied and I got a job with Barnes & Noble, which was a big deal for me, because I became financially dependent on myself. To then, I was doing okay, but I was short every month. I think because it wasn't a high-paying job, and I loved it. But when I became sort of financially dependent on myself, that was a big deal. And then, having gone through that, I went through mental health. When I found this work that I'm doing now, again, having that purpose, it really does give me a purpose in life, doing this work.
So when you're released from prison after a life sentence, they put you in a transitional house for 6 months. Those 6 months come fast. You're gonna be homeless. So one day out of nowhere, I just jumped on the bus by myself. Nobody wanted to come with me. I went to a job fair. I did 2 laps in that job fair. I'm like, I don't qualify for none of this. I'm so intimidated by everybody in every booth. Then I met Son. And so by the 3rd lap, I started, man, you hire felons? You hire felons? Everybody, no. As long as here, this is yours. Boom. Give me a little peer thing for Sacramento County. I was like, all right, cool. I went home that night, and I'm looking at it. I was like, man, I don't qualify for that. Specialist? I don't know what that means, but I qualify for that. I did the application anyways, and that was hard. Did that, and so the picture that's in the booklet of me, that's when I did my interview for Sacramento County. Little did I know that picture would mean so much later on. So that's what happened to me. Man, I'm just so grateful, that I jumped on that bus, that I met you, that you gave me the thing, all the things that fell into place for that to happen for me. That's when I realized that, okay, I'm not going to be homeless when this transitional house time is up. I am going to be able to learn more about myself, And my supervisor was like, okay, you don't know nothing about computers. You understand that. We're going to train you on that. But you have to live experience. So we'll patch that together and we'll be successful together. You know, and that right there gave me confidence that, you know what, all right, let's get work. You know, I'm not going to fail.
So for me, the moments were CPS, right? So I got tired. I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. I had 3 children, married to the same guy. It got ugly, and so when CPS would get into our lives, I would, check the boxes and do the things. The last time CPS got involved with us, I actually took the kids in the van and we took off. And so I found that I had some natural supports that really supported me. My sister and her husband, they paid for a hotel room. A neighbor came over, watched the kids while I went to the courthouse to do all the paperwork. So that was a real turning point for me, is just the ability to just make a decision for myself and for my children. It was mostly for my children because I couldn't let them live like that anymore. And what was happening to me, I didn't want to happen to them. And it was inevitable. That's just what happens. So that was a turning point. My next thing was, once I got into recovery, I got a job as an intern at Another Choice, Another Chance. And I was on human assistance welfare. And so I was, luckily my father bought the place I was living, so I didn't have to pay rent. But I was on welfare and getting the cash aid, the food, and then I had to go to leave, but it was a different one, community support or something like that, a Peace for Community. Anyways, so that was another turning point. That's where I found the strength I had about networking and so on. And then Another Choice, Another Chance, they employed me. I said, if you can pay me what I'm making on welfare, then I'll take the job because I'd rather be than that. So welfare was really important to me because not only did it keep me on my feet, it fed me and my children. It sent me back to school. That's where I got my degrees at American River. Paid for my books. This is a long time ago. Paid for my books, paid for my gas, picked me up and took me to drug testing and whatnot. So everything was just going. And the next step was for me to be employed. And so when they hired me, I felt, okay, great, I can do this. And I have to tell you, today I own my own home. I have a 28-year-old, a 21-year-old, and a 20-year-old. My 28-year-old works for California State at the DMV, code thing, not at the window. He couldn't do that. And my other 2 are juniors at Sacramento State. And everything is just peachy. It really is. So, and one of the biggest lessons I learned is about changing who I run with, my friend group. One of my favorite sayings is, your dealer is not your friend, all right? They want you over for your money, but they're not your friend. So stop going over there thinking you're going to stay sober, right? Oh, thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, so can you share what thriving looks like for you now and what helped you get there at your own pace?
Well, I made it to 60 years old, so that's a good thing. Yeah. Like I said, I'm in a very good place right now. I have, like I said, a house. When my mom passed away, she left me some money, so I put a pool in the backyard, because that's for me. I love swimming. And I told myself it was for my kids, but they're like, they never go out there. Too bad, So I'm just in a great place right now. And my kids are thriving. That is probably the most important thing for me. When I talk about my 28-year-old, he bought the house right next door to me. So he's out of the house, but he's not gone. And that's a relationship that came because of how he was raised by that alcoholic addict mom. So He is full of anxiety. He has a job where he gets to work from home, which is great. And we have great conversations about his anxiety. And he brings stuff up to me that I don't want to hear. And I have to be grateful for that. I get to be grateful for that.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
So for me,
There you go. Yeah.
I carry my prison ID with me
Yeah.
on the day I was released. So I carry this with me to remind myself of everything I was going through, the mindset I had, the stresses and depressions and everything that overwhelmed me. And I kept making bad decision after bad decision, justifying it. So I carry this with me to remind myself of all that. That's just, in prison, that's everything. That's your Visa card, that's your wallet, that's everything. That's like, I have a Sac State student ID.
Yeah.
A Sacramento County employee ID.
Yeah.
I've come a long way, and to me, that's thriving. And I'll just keep on building. Life goes on. See what other IDs I can get.
I like this question. So I guess it was helping me get there at my own pace. First of all, my pace is, I've used, I heard this a long time ago in the Relief and Recovery about the idea of sobriety. You know, for me, it's been a very slow process. You know, I'm okay with that because I'm not in a hurry, because it isn't an end game. There isn't I'm done, I did it. And I often share with people, you know, not a lot changed in my first year of recovery. I got off parole, and what did change was my perspective on life, my perspective on what's possible for me. And I've never forgotten that, because I thought, you know, I see people come in the rooms and, oh, they get houses, cars, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, you know, I didn't get all that, but I got other things. I got peace of mind. I got serenity. I didn't know what that was until that was, I don't know, year 4 or 5. I'm like, what is going on? And I talked to my sponsor. He's like, you might be experiencing some peace and serenity. I'm like, oh my God. I was not used to that, because my life was, you know, 24/7 chaos. But yeah, really, it's just been, you know, and I preface this, I wouldn't be doing this job if I wasn't clean and sober. I wouldn't be living where I live if I wasn't clean. I wouldn't, there's none of that's possible if I decide to go and use. And that's what I have to come back to every day. And I've proven that. I had some clean time years ago, close to 5 years, and I stopped doing the things that I did on a daily basis. I stopped going to meetings because I got busy going to school. You know, isn't that what life's about? Going to school, and I was in a relationship, and I was taking vacations, and so, you know, I worked those first 5 steps, and life got good. And I thought, isn't that what recovery's about? Life being good? And I forgot that I needed to call my sponsor, and I forgot that I needed to do the step work, and I forgot that I needed to go to meetings, and pretty soon I forgot that I was a drug addict, and I went and got high. And so when I came back, in the rooms, I became very willing and wanting to do all 12 steps. I thought, if life got good with 5, imagine if I did all 12. You know, that's why it's all, you know, and that's what I have to remind myself every day, is that, you know, I have everything I have today because of what I do on a daily basis. And I still go to meetings, and I'm there, and I tell people, like, I don't know what that one thing is that if I stop doing it, I'm going to decide to get high again. And if I do, I lose everything that I have. And I have a sponsor who's coming up on a year, and I have to, you know, he calls me last week, I'm thinking about this. I'm like, well, let's think of all the things that you lose if you do that. When we had one down the list, he's like, okay, I'm not going to do that. Because I'll lose everything, because I will give everything up. There is, you know, I will give everything up to get high. And so that is the route for me that I need to come back to. And like, you know what? It's just a slow pace. I just do this every day, so.
I really relate to your answer, because for me, it's what has helped me thrive now is I don't do things that will contribute to my unhappiness, and I do things that contribute to my happiness, and I do them consistently. And they're not big, it really doesn't take a lot for me to be happy, I learned it. I really, it's like I feed myself 3 meals a day, and really if I'm like hungry, that's like, if I get some food, I'm satisfied, that's all I need. I bake a lot, I like to bake. I go to the gym pretty regularly, I see friends a few times a week, I volunteer in the community, so it's just small little actions, that every single day I have to do, like you said, I have to do these things every day, or, at regular intervals to continue to be happy. And that's how, and before I didn't even think, again, I started doing these things, at the suggestion of other people, and before I knew it, I was like, oh, I'm happy. Oh, okay. I will say I did, I will say, I think, the part of the question was about, at my own pace is so important. Like I said before, but I tried rehab the first time and I was not successful. And it really, I remember knowing I wasn't ready for it, and still trying, which I think is great. I'm glad I tried it. I wish I had been ready for it. And so I think, for me, what helped me get to this place where at my own pace is just the support I had from other people, the support I got from peers, from people who knew what I was going through and survived it, as well as people who were going through it at the same time as me, who didn't have all the answers, who were figuring it out alongside me, I think. That's really important. So I think, yeah, just the connection to my community, I think, I harp on this all the time. I feel like I talk about every question here, but it just it's so important to me that moving people, one thing I think about with my work on the health commission too, is wanting people to get to places at their own pace, absolutely. But I got to a place where rehab was super easy for me. I had a job. I was paid to be in rehab. I got support for medical leave, so I was golden. I was so thrilled to be in there. I was I made money to be in here. This is great. To get to that point, it took me from the first attempt at rehab to the second attempt. That was 2.5 years, and that's a lot. A lot happens in 2.5 years. And so at my own pace is so important, but also I think, how do we get people to that point where they feel fully ready to trust the system, trust the process, trust their ability to change, have hope? How do we do that quicker? And so I think that's something I also always think about, is at my own pace, but also how do we get people there? So yeah.
Thank you. So we have come to our final question, and then we're gonna have time for some audience questions and answers. So the last question for you all is, what message would you like to leave with the audience?
They're all so shy. The message I would like to leave is that recovery is possible. It is possible, and it looks different on every single person that we sit across from and in the mirror. We've talked a lot about the behavioral health and the alcohol and drug stuff, and there's one saying that I learned in the room was, I didn't drink in 2nd grade, but I sure could have used one. Right? So that kind of speaks to the mental health part of what was going on with me. But I didn't hear that or relate to that until I was 50 years old. So help is out there, and it's possible to recover. It's possible to manage your recovery. And nowadays the stigma is going away, but it's always going to be there for some folks. So be proud of who you are, be proud of the work you do, and put your head down at night and sleep well, because you're in the right place.
I would say, you feel like your life is in a room full of darkness. I've been there figuratively and literally. There's one sliver of life and hope. Hold on to that hope. It overpowers the whole room of darkness.
Right on.
I think, I hear this a lot, that, I want to become peer support specialist because I want to help people. And I think that is, you have to have that desire. And I think best thing to do to help people is comes back to me is about really listening to them and find out what their needs are. And helping them discover ways to help themselves, I think is a big key. And leaving work at work and realizing that, as much as I want to, I cannot fix someone else's problems, but I can help them with what they're willing to do.
Right on.
My no correct link for this line. But I want to leave people with. I think we probably all in this room have experienced what it feels like when you just think like hope is not an option, change is not possible, there's no way I can get through this. And I think, and yet we're all here today. And so I think for me, I just always think back to like what got me through that. Again, I've said this already like 5 times before, sorry, but it just like was the community that surrounded me at the time. And I think that, and who pushed me constantly to make better decisions, but also let me make those decisions again at my own pace. Who trusted me, but also asked follow-up questions, And I think that is what we get to be as peer supporters. I think as peer support specialists, is we get to walk with people on this journey where I have members who really feel like, yeah, they won't ever change, they don't know. But what I've learned is really helpful, I guess, is that I knew at the time what was best for me, and like deep down, if I was my higher self, I knew what was best for me, even if I wasn't making those right decisions. And so I think showing people that helping people learn to trust themselves to make their own right decisions, whatever those decisions are, is really important in the work we do. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And before we start our Q&A, I just want to give a huge thank you and shout out to our lovely panelists for being here today. I also want to say thank you to Eddie for the shout out, and thank you all for being here. This is why inspiring hope is our first core competency and our first ethical standard. And this is what peer support is about. And I feel rich in life that I have been able to know each and every one of you, and that I was a part of your journey and you were also a part of mine. And that is why I do what I do. And this is why peer support works and is so special. So thank you so much. Can I get my volunteer for the microphone? And we have about 15 minutes for Q&A, and then we'll go to break.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
I know.
My name's Dave, I'm an addict.
Yeah.
So there's a two-headed giraffe in the room, in a lot of rooms when it comes to peer support. And I probably did some rotten damage thrown at me. I have no idea. But the question for you guys, because all of you have talked about 12-step support. When a lot of people become peer support specialists, they assume that they're coming here to get people to come to 12-step programs. It's true. It is true. How did you guys break through that? Because that's all we know when we get to this spot. How did you guys get an opportunity to see that there are many, many ways to recover for everything and meet people where they are?
I want to answer this. I don't do 12-step programs. I did at the start of my recovery. It was a huge part of, in rehab, I went to a meeting every day. It was really great. I still have my big book and I do read it pretty regularly still. Because I find it helpful, but my journey for my recovery has looked like a lot of other things. The gym has been really important for my recovery. My running group has been really important for my recovery. Just like reconnecting with certain friends, you know. One of the things that I tell my members, I have a lot of members who are on substances pretty much every time we get together. One of the things I tell them is like, I'm not a drug counselor. Like, I am not here to even get you sober, much less like I can tell you why sobriety works for me, and I can tell you how I did it, you know, or how I got there. But I'm not going to tell you to go to a 12-step meeting for sure, because I'm not even going to tell you to stop using drugs. Like, I will tell you to stop using drugs if you want to stop using drugs. You know, I will tell you that there are other coping skills that we can work on to get you through these challenges you're facing. You know, but I don't think that it's, but using drugs is a coping skill. Like, we know it's a way to get through things, and it comes with a lot of costs, as I think we all here can attest. But I do think for me, I would say I really emphasize, like, let's figure out what gets you through this, how you cope with this in a way that's helpful for you. And if that is a 12-step meeting, I will take you to one. I will go with you, you know, or I will recommend you some, you know. But like, I would say for me, I have learned, just because my own journey doesn't involve 12 steps, I know that I am not going to like push that on other people necessarily. I'm going to trust them to figure out what coping skills work for them.
I know I've never told a client that they should go to a 12-step meeting. I will share with them that that's what's worked for me. I know other people will choose a path of harm reduction. There's smart recovery. There are other options, and my job as a peer support specialist is to know what those other options are, and if they are interested, to present those as a possibility for them and encourage them to seek that as something that could work for them. You know, when I first started hearing about harm reduction, I thought, how do you harm reduce on meth? I don't know if I can. I just didn't. I couldn't put it together. I went to a training, and I'm like, I am trying, and even though I may not think that that's possible for me to do, that doesn't mean it won't work for somebody else. And that's where I have to keep an open mind. It's not my way. It's what do they want to do? What are they willing to do? What's going to work for them?
I wait for the consumer or client member, whatever we call them, I wait for them to bring it up. I talk about, I usually come as the family parent caregiver support. I have a lot of other stuff going on, but I usually come out as that. And like Robert said, little nuggets here and there of what needs to be appropriate when I'm working with them. But I would never tell somebody, you know what you need. You know, I would never do that. If they bring it up and they talk about their drinking and stuff, then we can talk about coping skills, like Donald said. It's not, you know, it's not the same way for everybody, you know, and, you know, oh, you do that God thing. Well, you don't have to do a God thing. I don't do a God thing, whatever you want to do. It's your life, your choice. Let's talk about shared decision-making and education and things of that nature. I am not a blue book thumper like that. So thank you, that's a great question.
Hello, and my name is Star Cannon. I'm Program Director for Sustainable Wellness Solutions, and we contract with Turning Point. My question is for all of you, but I want to specifically say hi, Jenny.
Hi.
Jenny and I worked together, and I was one of her managers back at Another Choice, Another Chance. And I think part of what we realize is we've been doing peer advocacy for a lot longer than we even realized. So my question for you was, for me, it was accidental. Like, I was a drug and alcohol counselor, and then came across consumer self-help, we're now called Sustainable Wellness Solutions, that there was this peer-to-peer thing. I didn't even understand what that was. But then realized I've been doing that work for a long time. So did it happen organically for you? Did someone point you in that direction? Did you seek it out yourself? Because Jenny, you were a family advocate 15 years ago when you worked for us.
Right.
So was it organic, accidental? Like, how did you even get to this peer-to-peer type role?
For me, it was a little of both. I learned about the family partner role while I was doing alcohol and drug counseling. And then when the family partner was leaving, I thought, hey, I could do that, you know? And so it was a little bit more organic, but it became more and more organic because of the networking and things of that nature, and going to the community meetings, finding out more about the communities I was working in. And also, I should keep forgetting what I was gonna say. Oh, must have been a lie. I know that it happened for me organically, and you know, I kind of used my kids as a stepping stone to have that role, because I have so many other slots I can fit into. But it eventually turned out that I now have the mental health and the substance use and mental health background with all of my children, which is not abnormal. Really, it's not. So I'm trying to decrease the stigma there. They're just normal kids. They're doing great. Anyhow, it was organic, and I knew I could do it, and I loved doing it. Yeah. Oh, I remember. So one thing about being a drug and alcohol counselor is that you may have that lived experience, but that's not the same as a peer role. And so that's a very distinct difference, and I want everybody to know that, especially people who work within our county, or if they're working at a drug and alcohol centered place. Your counselors may have that lived experience, but that is not why they're there. They're there for their counseling position. Peers are different, and they play a whole different role, so please honor that.
I would say that it happened organically as well. As I mentioned, in 2017, I had a mental breakdown. I resulted in me with an attempted suicide. And what I'd been familiar with up to that point were 12-step meetings, as I mentioned. And I thought there must be something out there somewhere to go, a meeting, a support group, something for suicide attempt survivors. And I found zero. It was very difficult. I ended up finding a meeting that took place once a month. It was on the East Coast, and they welcomed me. It was a very small group, and I did that for a while. But what I did find was I found NAMI offered with this thing called peer-to-peer. Didn't really know what it was, but I thought I need to do something. I need to take action. I need to do some kind of something. So I did this weekly course, and in there I heard about peer support and was looking online, and Cal Voices hadn't even come up on my radar. I don't know why, but I mentioned to them I wanted to do this training that I think was in Florida or somewhere on the East Coast. And they said, well, don't you know about Cal Voices? And that was on a Friday. And I think on Monday, I spoke to Blia, and she got me into that training. And that was in 2019. And from there, it's just, now, okay, you did that, now you need to do some internship volunteer work. So I volunteered on the Warm Line. The Warm Line turned into an internship with Cal Voices, turned into the first paid position. And then, as I mentioned in my bio, I've held a variety of different positions with Cal Voices in the past almost 7-8 years. So I became open to what could come next. And I've learned that through recovery. I can take the next indicated step, and here I am.
So we have time for one more question, and then we'll start break.
Thank you very much. My name is Masood. I am a PC or Prepared Communities Project Manager with Opening Doors. And I have been a peer support specialist in the last 4 years. And during this year, we managed to help a lot of clients, but especially 5 who had planned to commit suicide, or they had failed suicide attempt. So I wish we were recording this, because in my community, talking about mental health is a taboo. And there are a lot of myths behind or around it. Like if you talk about mental health, your child will be removed from you. you will not find a job anymore, or you will end up being homeless or that. But there is always turning point in somewhere that you will turn and be back. So as I see, so I would put in everybody's who are attending here, different organizations, to work with these communities to remove these mates out from them. Because the more you do trust building, is going to affect the client to open up for you. And one of my questions here is like, some of the people, like I'm talking about the 5 clients, 4 out of 5 managed to recover, like all of us here, and go back to normal life. But one does not try to come and herself, so she doesn't want to come back to normal life. She's coming and she's back, admitted to the hospital, coming and back to the hospital. So what are your advices for such clients who do not want to come back to normal life? And we have been trying a lot more resources to help her to come back to normal life. Thank you.
Before we'll take 2 people to answer this question, I just want to say that this is recorded and it will be posted on our YouTube channel. So when we send out certificates, we'll make sure to include that.
Please, thank you.
I would say my first thought is that for somebody who, if I heard you correctly, is kind of going out, coming back, going out, coming back, is to continue to welcome them. That's, starts with that. Is if they don't feel like I can't come back anymore, or if I come back I'm going to be judged, or if I come back we're going to, they're talking behind my back, that kind of thing, that's not going to be helpful. So my first thought is to be welcoming, keeping the door open, because you never know who's going to come next. We don't know who's going to get it. We don't know who's going to get it on the first try or the 10th try. But we continue to keep the door open for when they come back again. And we don't know if it'll stick. Maybe it'll stick for a while. But we support them during that while.
So first of all, to your point on stigma and talk, so I remember after I had a suicide attempt my freshman year of college, I went to a very conservative Christian college and I was a gay man, and had dealing with untreated depression. I remember when I got on antidepressants and got into therapy, my dad was literally like, don't you think that the medication is just like a way of you going around with the joy God's supposed to give you? And I just remember being like, I didn't have anything to say. And then when I got HIV, my dad is my best friend right now, so we've sorted through all that stuff. But he did say, he was like, oh wow, how many guys have to screw to get that one? And I just was like, oh my God, wow, okay, we're doing it. So those things about like stigma are like, yeah, we don't talk about these things at all. And those sorts of responses really taught me that they weren't safe to talk about. So when I was dealing with meth use, and someone would try to bring it up, the only thing that I knew about meth when I started doing meth was like what was on Breaking Bad. Like I knew nothing about it, and I got quite an education, but I really struggled. I just like clammed up. I literally like could not talk about it. You couldn't get a word out of me. And now it's like through really good therapy, and through rehab, and through just like finding people who trust and support me unconditionally. I'm a pretty open book now. I was literally like at my running group talking about like shooting on meth, how I used to do that and how I recovered from that. It's like I'm a very open book now because I think it's so important to talk about. And so I think one of the things is just to continue to be that voice for someone who's going to the hospital, to be like, I get this, I've been there. And then the other thing, I heard someone recently, I don't know where they got the statistic from, but they were someone who was like in a position to know. They said the industry standard for like going attempts at rehab for success is like 18 attempts. It takes like 18 attempts on average. So like you said, you never know when someone's gonna get it. And so just continuing to really be there for them, show unconditional support, and I think reduce a lot of that stigma by talking about your own journey so that they feel safe to talk about what they're going through. through, you know, is so important. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Once again, please thank you, Jenny, Eddie, Robert, and Donald. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. That was an amazing panel, and I just can't say how much I appreciate you all so much. So now we are going to move on to our break, and we're gonna have about a 15-minute break, and in about 5 minutes here, we are going to, Jenny is going to come up here and start our first raffle. And once again, for a reminder, there are 2 bathrooms, one on this side and one on that side. Please make sure we still have food and drink left. So yeah, Jenny's gonna come back in about 5 minutes to start the raffle.
And if you have a full bingo card, you can bring it up to reception. We'll give you an extra raffle ticket.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry. I just didn't know how to go back. And I didn't want to disrupt the flow. But I'm so sorry. Yeah. Well, there will be to share a few discussions and stuff like that. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God, I felt bad. I was like, the panel was awesome. I was getting but I just there's so many house. Yeah. But I'll see your photo, and I just feel I'm really happy with
Okay, I'm gonna start the raffle, so you really can stand up and do what you're doing. All you need to look at is inside your folder. There's a blue raffle ticket. I'm gonna call out numbers. Once your number has been called, please come up and pick the raffle. Our first raffle ticket number is 820968. 820968. Winner? We have a winner. Oh, what? Oh. No, that was a fake out.
Can you say it again?
820968. 968. All right, our next ticket number is 820954. 954. There, this one worked out. 820946. 946. All right, I know we're all winners. Come on. 820963. We have a winner! Yay! So you get your first pick, so take it off the table. I'm going to read the numbers again. 820968. 820954. 820946. 821031. 821031. We have over here, winner. 821059. Leah, prize is over here. I did. All right. Okay, just a second. 820968. We have a winner right here. 820954. 820946. 821059. 820944. 8200907.
Did you say 941?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
820960. If you're winning, let me know you're winning so I don't feel this is so futile. 820956. We got a winner. Come on up. That's Roxanne, our program manager from county. Congratulations. Yeah. I don't need your ticket. I trust you. Just pick your prize. I did. So go get something.
954, 946, 944, 954.
820, 945. All right. 821, 9. Okay, no, sorry. 820, 994. 820, 994.
What's your number, hon?
820.
Gotcha. Thank you.
821, 017. 821, 017. 821, 004. 821, 004. All right. I'm still holding out for 820, 954. 820, 944. 821, 059. 820, 946. 820, 994. 821, 017. 821, 004. 821, 058. Yay! That was 58? Okay, go ahead. I don't need it. 821, 111. Who's that one? Yay! 820, 940. 820, 931. Woo!
Oh, the 931.
I'm telling you, the reason there's nobody winning is because people said they were coming and just didn't show up. So their raffle tickets are in their bag, which they don't get. 820, 937. 820, 937. 820, 925. 820, 925. There we go. That's who wins.
094. No, I have a 004.
821, 089. 821, 089. 821, 035. 821, 035. 820, 985. Yay! 821, 091. 821, 091. 820, 921.
820291. 921, 820 or what?
Yep. All right, real quick, we have three more guys. 821, 091. 820, 0. Oh, sorry, 821. Okay, I say next time we'll do more.
All right. Hope everyone enjoyed the raffle and the break. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. All right, now we're gonna move into a more interactive portion of our morning. I'd like to invite my colleagues, Katrina Couple and Robert Salinas, up to the stage. They will be taking you through an activity called What Would You Do? Navigating Ethical Dilemmas. They are both seasoned professionals in our YZ program. Many of you probably have, had them in trainings. I know some of you know Robert from our trainings and very many other things. But I'm now going to turn it over to Katrina.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you guys can hear me. I talk a little loud. Good morning. How are you guys? Okay. All of your familiar and amazing faces I see out there. Great to see all of you guys. I'm a little shorter, so I'll have to do the best that I can over the podium. So I know that this morning we listened to a lot of really amazing stories. We're able to connect with many of them. And I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to all of them who were brave enough to tell us their stories and to give us a little peek into what active recovery really looks like for many different people. So kind of thinking about now, as we're getting ready to go into this next section, you've heard a lot about us and our panel. Now we would like to start hearing from you guys. So if you guys look inside your binders or your little folders, we have an activity for ethical decision making. You guys have a little stapled handout in there, and it's called What Would You Do? And so basically this activity, we're going to give you guys a little homework to do. And you'll do it here. We'll have about 15 minutes for you guys to work together at your table. Okay? So if you look at that, basically as peer support specialists, we bring our experiences, our empathy, and our genuine selves to our work. Our connections are built on mutual respect, trust, and shared understanding. However, we must know and follow ethical guidelines, maintain good boundaries, and keep interactions confidential, not only between each other, but also our clients. Balancing connection with professionalism can be challenging, as peer support is built on shared experience with human connection, which can sometimes make situations feel personal, complex, or sometimes unclear. So in this, as we're doing work with clients, we kind of need to hone our skills sometimes. Make sure we're making ethical decision making and knowing when we may need to check in with supervision or others to make sure that we're on the clear path for our ethical decisions. This is really what this exercise is about. So what we're going to do is you guys have a couple of different handouts stapled there. And what I would like you to do is in your group at your table, I'm going to give you a specific scenario to work on. And you're going to kind of work together. And the last page is basically what you're going to work on. Okay? I'm going to give you guys all a minute to kind of take a look. Does anybody not have a handout? Robert has extras.
I have extras.
You guys have one? Okay. I want to make sure everybody's on the same page with us. Oh, Robert, we have a handout. Okay. Alrighty, so as we're getting ready and getting everybody their hand up, make sure. So I'm going to give you guys at your tables a scenario to work on. Okay, you'll have about 15 minutes to do this. Okay, and your last page is what you're going to be working on as a table. So, who is the vulnerable party in the story I'm going to give you? What is the degree of harm for this client or their family? And so you'll look at the vulnerable party and what is their risk? Is it severe or is it moderate? And then after you talk about that with the scenarios I'm going to give you, you'll decide what Medi-Cal peer support specialist ethical guideline would apply in this moment. So you have a list of those ethical guidelines at the bottom. Okay. You guys clear on what you're going to do? Okay. So remember, you have 15 minutes to work on this. And what we're going to do. Okay. So for tables, you guys see your numbers on your tables? Okay. So on table 1, 2, and 3, your scenario is number 1. Okay. A little louder? Am I a little quiet? Sorry, guys. So for tables 1, 2, and 3, you have scenario 1. And that is you're working with Tom on his recovery goals. Okay? So tables 1, 2, and 3.
The scenarios are on the slides.
Oh, are they?
Okay, yeah.
No.
One more time.
One more time.
There you go.
Okay, so scenario 1 for tables 1, 2, and 3. Okay? For tables,
It's gonna restart. I don't want to restart.
oop, let's not restart it.
No, we don't want it to restart.
Technical difficulty, hold on.
I said 5 hours.
That cancel?
There we go. Thank you.
Even if it says 5 hours, we don't want it up there.
Not right now, anyway.
No.
Okay, so for tables 4, 5, and 6, you guys are gonna do scenario 2. You're a peer support specialist working with Mary. Okay, so it gives you a scenario, you can read it, and then work. All right. And then tables 7, 8, and 9, you guys are scenario 3. Okay, so you're going to be a peer support specialist facilitating the weekly trauma recovery support group. Okay, so we work as a table together. And then tables 10, 11, 12, and 13, over here. You're going to be working in a community-based recovery center that offers peer-led support groups in that scenario. Okay. And Robert will be going around the room and answering any questions you guys have if you get lost. Okay? Just raise your hand. And then tables 14 through 18. This is your scenario 5. You work as a peer support specialist at a county behavioral health agency. Okay, go.
So this is where you can say,
Robert? Oh.
So I'm saying that I know it's fun.
Oh, yeah, I've already got the time. Okay, everybody, I know you guys are all really deep into your conversations. So can you hear me? I'm gonna bring everybody down to the low roar a little bit. Okay, so one of the things that I do need to ask, just kind of taking time, all right, is I need one person at each table to write down your guys' ideas. We're not gonna have time to go through everybody in the room. So one person needs to capture all of your ideas at your table. So one person. doing on the form? Have you completed the top section for your scenario? No? Okay. We have about another 7 minutes to finish this form, so if you guys could fill out the top with your scenario, who the vulnerable party is, including you if you're working with them. And then go on to the bottom section, Medi-Cal Peer Support Specialist Ethical Guidelines. Okay, so we got about another 6 minutes and then we'll come back together as a group. One person needs to scribe at your table.
What?
Where they have the microphone.
You have a shell in common?
Yeah, someone is back at the room. So I'm gonna pull everybody together. All right, you guys, go ahead and clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. All right, what's the third one? All right, you guys got it. Awesome. So, really being able to give you guys an opportunity to hear from each other at the table about these different scenarios. So, you have one person who hopefully scribed for you, and that's the person who hopefully will feel comfortable reporting out about what your table had decided on. So we're gonna take probably the next 25 or 30 minutes to go through, what did you guys talk about? What were some of the concerns that you had? What were some of the things that came up for you as far as the ethical guidelines are concerned? So what we're gonna do is we're looking to get hopefully our microphone on. Yep, okay, perfect. And so for tables 1 through 3, their scenario is you were working with Tom on his recovery goals related to anxiety management and building daily routines. At your first meeting, you let Tom know that you can be reached on your agency phone during your work hours, 8:30 to 4:30, and let him know that after hours he can contact the crisis line for assistance. So a little bit of that planning ahead. Everything goes smoothly for the first few weeks until Tom begins texting in the evenings and on the weekends. At first, you choose not to respond until you're back at work, but this frustrates Tom. You remind him of your availability and the crisis line phone number, yet over the next few weeks, he continues to text out of loneliness or needing reassurance. Okay, so table 1 through 3. You guys, any of you want to raise your hands? What did you come up with?
Hello, my name is Cassidy Page. I'm here with Stanford Sierra Youth and Families. And I'm one of the program managers here, and we discussed that this would be a moderate risk of harm for both the client and the peer support specialist. For the client, because they're not able to get the resources and things that they're needing in that moment, and they're calling the peer support, so they may not be getting connected to where they need to because the peer has put those boundaries. And then also for the peer support specialist with the counter-transference and just that's a lot for a peer to open their phone to and know like I wasn't there and this and that. So there's a moderate harm that can be done on both sides. Especially like if you have your own trauma around suicide and things like that, it could definitely trigger you. Mm-hmm. And then we put this, the ethical guidelines we chose hope, respect, integrity, advocacy, maybe some further education on local resources. So it's pretty broad that we gave them contact crisis line, but more like maybe a specified 988 or, who they can go to.
Right.
And then we have wellness, recovery, and resilience.
Very nice. Thank you guys very much. Great job. Okay, table 2 or 3, anything that you would like to add to what they had talked about? Okay.
So my name is Mark Green with Sacramento County with community support team. We came up with a lot of the other thing came up here, but one thing that resonated between us was when I expressed phone on after they're off work.
Ah.
Turn your phone off, and take care of yourself, so. I don't know if anyone else has anything to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Good point. Yes. When you're off work, be off work. Yes. Table 3, anything that you would like to add?
I think table 3 agrees with table 1 and table 2. I think we really discussed the importance of boundaries in communicating that with Tom, and if not, encouraging Tom to find maybe a crisis line that will be available and that can support in that moment. And then we put it as minimal risk because it just varies too much. It really just depends on the client and their need. And so we didn't really consider that a risk, but for the peer group, that is a moderate risk because it could lead like what they were saying, like that feeling of countertransference.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Great job. Awesome use of the ethical guidelines. Okay. So now we're going to go on to scenario 2, and this is our tables 4 through 6. So for you guys, you're a peer support specialist working with Mary, who is a client in the outpatient mental health clinic where you work. During the last few meetings with her at home, her behavior has shifted. She compliments you on your appearance during your sessions. You always look really nice when we meet. She jokingly said, you know, if you weren't my peer support specialist, I'd ask you out. She also asked personal questions unrelated to her recovery. Are you seeing anyone? So what's your type? At first, you try to ignore these comments and focus on Mary's recovery goals, assuming that she's just trying to be friendly. Yet she continues her seemingly flirtatious behavior. So, using our ethical guidelines, what did tables 4, 5, and 6 come up with? Any volunteers who would like to report out? Okay, here.
I told you I was strong.
That's okay.
Okay, so as far as the top section about risk of harm, for the client, we said that it was moderate to significant risk because it really depends on her reaction to me as the peer support specialist setting that boundary, what's going to happen, how she's, and I brought up fatal attraction, of course, so, you know, to get people thinking in that brain. As far as the client's family, friends, and loved ones, if she may be married, she may be having she may have a long-term relationship.
Right.
She may have had this as an issue for a long time, and her family, her parents, her siblings may know that this is a problem that she's having, so it could hurt them once again.
Sure.
I'm bringing it down. The peer support specialist, we're only human.
Exactly.
So we may have PTSD, we may have had something like this happen to us before, so that can create quite a vulnerability. Also, if it could turn the tables and Mary could become fatally attracted and end up saying that I was the one who actually hit on her or flirted with her, and that could become a problem. Same thing for the employer. There's a possibility that Mary's going to file a discrimination or lawsuit. That can create a lot of problems, and that creates vulnerability for the company.
For the organization.
Absolutely. For as far as a peer support profession, the industry's reputation can be affected.
Yeah.
Very important thing for us to think about, you know, when we're trying to address it. As far as the recovery community, I think the community is very resilient. I don't think it would be affected in the long run. I think people would understand, the community would understand that this happens and come to support both Mary and me as the peer support specialist. And the community at large, the possibility that the community won't see peer support specialists as a viable option for mental health recovery.
The ripple effect.
Right, ripple effect, so that could be moderate.
Exactly.
Risk of harm. As far as the second question, I think the only thing that we really didn't check was family driven and child centered.
Yeah.
Didn't see that part of it. possibility of reciprocity, but I can see reciprocity in that. But it really covers the gamut. This is something that is really important. This is like the #1 taboo thing.
It is.
I was telling them about the old social worker, the National Association of Social Workers used to have a spider page in their monthly magazine that had names of people who were indicted or arrested for crossing the line. So it's an important thing to remember that we are human and that happens.
Right, and it's one of the main reasons, because I know there's a lot of stigma and faux pas about this exact scenario, which is why we bring it up. Okay, as we all know, if you don't talk about it, it may happen anyway. So you don't wait until the you address it now. You have the conversation up front so you know what you can do, not only for your protection, but for your clients as well. Exactly, thank you very much. Yeah. Anything that table 5 and 6 would like to add? Yes.
Okay, we would like to add, well, I personally experienced this when I was a supervisor.
Okay.
And it's a bad thing. And we discussed setting boundaries, explaining our roles, and asking the person if they have natural supports, you know, on the outside or whatever, because I'm here to do a job. We are here to do a job. That's crossing the line.
Right.
And when I was a supervisor, a person that was working under me did cross the line. And during that time, I worked in juvenile probation for an unknown county.
Okay.
And she was incarcerated for that.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're not there to cause additional trauma.
Right.
So it's just bad all the way around.
Yeah, and so being able to exercise and understand what our next step is, not only, like I said, for our protection, our employment status, okay, because that can be affected as well, but also the protection of the client. If they're looking for a connection, where would the appropriate place be for that connection? It's not us, right? Where would we support them in going to look for that type of connection, okay? So really being able to, like you said, keep those boundaries really clear. And sometimes we have to reiterate them, you know? And then if it continues to move forward, okay, now I need to pull in my supervisor. Now I need to pull in someone else, okay? But you never just leave the client. You have to continue to support them in their wellness. Great conversation, guys. Okay, table 6, anything, or step 5, sorry. Anything you'd like to add? You're good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, great conversation. Okay, one more thing and then we need to move on. No, you're fine.
You'll find me to be trouble. Anyway, so I think that the one piece of it here is you try to ignore these comments is so important to remember that that's really where it starts. And that we absolutely have to be sure that we put those boundaries up as soon as we fear or concerned about it coming into something wrong.
Yeah, the sooner you address it, the clearer you can be. Exactly. Thank you, guys. Awesome conversation. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to scenario 3. And these are our tables 7, 8, and 9. So for you guys, you're a peer support specialist facilitating a weekly trauma recovery support group at a community center. Alex has recently joined the group after a psychiatric hospitalization. Over several weeks, Alex begins staying after group to talk with you. Alex shares deeply personal details about a recent relapse and feelings of shame. which you strongly relate to because it mirrors your own. One evening after group, Alex says, "You really get it, don't you? I don't feel judged by you like I do my therapists. Could we meet for coffee or group sometimes? I don't feel safe talking like this in front of everyone." So what do groups 7, 8, and 9 think about this? We have someone who would like to start?
Hello. So, scenario 3, much like scenario 2, it's important to address boundaries.
Right.
And when the situation comes up, you have to be forward, up front, and just let them know your boundaries and the boundaries that you have to operate under, for everyone's safety involved. And I would probably suggest to, like if Alex, if Alex says, this to me, they like talking to me in private, well, they're already doing that after group. If, I break my boundaries, I can just say, we can still continue talking a little bit after group, but I would still suggest, maybe when you're ready, try to share in the group space during the session. Or perhaps, maybe when you go home, I encourage you to find a friend or a family member in which you can try to learn to confide privately these things that you like confiding in me. Try to encourage them to find those natural supports and whatnot.
Right, natural supports. We are not the only one. Okay, we cannot and should not ethically be the only one. So us assisting them in building their natural supports. Good point. Thank you so much. Table, let's see you guys for 7, 8, and 9. Anything that you would like to add? And what ethical guideline? I want to hear about those ethical guidelines.
Hi, I'm also representing Sanford Sierra Families. So on table 9, some of the things that we really discussed heavily, remembering that you're representing not only your title as a peer specialist, but you're also representing an agency. So even though this scenario takes place in a community center, right? Even at the agency that I work for, we do provide a support group that is open to the community, but we are still representing our agency, and so we have to also keep that integrity as well, along with the boundaries. And then the ethical guidelines that we really highlighted was safety and protection.
Yes.
Because in our scenario, it didn't go outside of that environment of the support group, right? But if that person were to say yes to that, that absolutely puts in danger your safety and the protection, right? You no longer have the protection of the agency. You also kind of put yourself at risk of misrepresenting your agency yourself, because after you leave the safety of the environment that you've already set up to provide that support group, you no longer have the safety of being able to have witnesses or documentation to back you up and what's going on. Like, there's so many different ways that this can go wrong. There's great ways that it can go well as well, but you're not representing just yourself. It's one thing if you're coming in as a community member as well into that space. Well, then you're only representing you and your experience, and that's it. But coming in as a peer specialist, you're representing yourself, and 9 times out of 10, you're representing an agency. And so it's really important to remember the integrity that you have to uphold when you're doing that.
Exactly. So brought up a lot of really good things to remember is you're working for an organization that is, you're representing them and the ethical standard that your organization is supposed to be upheld to. So for us, really being able to go, okay, if this is the ethical standard that any peer support specialist is held to, I need to be able to understand where that boundary is. Okay, and so one of the other things that I really keyed in on in what you said is being able to understand your safety. Okay, because the minute that you do, even if it's once or twice, because I was family advocate too, I remember, oh, well, you answered their phone call. Well, you went to coffee with him, right? Well, you were out at 6:30 at night with them. If you're going to uphold a standard for one, you have to uphold it for everyone. That is a part of that delivery of service that we give everybody, is the understanding of a boundary. Okay, so really good point, thank you. Yeah, awesome job. Okay, so for time, we're gonna go ahead and move forward. Anything, see, I think we did that one, okay. So I think we're good to go to scenario 4. And this is tables 10 through 13. And for this, you work in a community-based recovery center that offers peer-led support groups for individuals living with mental health and substance use challenges. You occasionally co-facilitate groups with Derek. Over the past month, you've noticed several concerning behaviors during Derek's evening recovery group. During one session, Derek referenced a group member's recent relapse while speaking with another participant. You know, Sam is struggling again, so maybe check in with him. Derek tells another participant, you should stop taking that medication. I got off mine, and I'm doing way better. There's a whole lot of lights going on. So, for this, tables 10 through 13, what did you guys decide? Who was the vulnerable party, and what ethical guideline did you choose?
Hello again, Star Cannon from Sustainable Wellness Solutions. Come on. There's a few of us here at the table along with some other colleagues. We already do work in a community wellness center. We have been faced with this probably several times during the combination of our careers. The first thing is, I think part of what a peer specialist has to hone in is how you say something while still being supported and supportive to others on a peer level. So I don't think we completely disagree with when we may talk to other participants, but are we breaking confidentiality when we're doing it? I think the sentence, you know, they're struggling again, maybe go check on, there's a couple different ways, I think, to say that to provide support. As well as, you know, stop taking your medication. You don't advise, you don't direct. You can share your lived experience and let them reflect and come to their own conclusion. One of your panelists earlier said, I can't tell you to stop doing drugs. You have to stop wanting to do drugs, and I can support that. So I think the number one thing is obviously being person-driven and being very careful with your confidentiality. So retraining would be definitely what would need to be done here with that staff member. And being careful not to personalize things. You know, again, don't give advice. You can give reflection and share your own lived experience. But when you start to go down the road of this is what you should do rather than this is how I did it. So we definitely, like I said, picked person-driven, holistic wellness. You know, you can say, hey, you can explore other alternatives to the medication that you're taking, but you don't say stop taking it. Like do your own research. I can help you with that research. You can talk to your doctor. Integrity and definitely safety and protection. If other participants start to catch wind that staff like to talk about other participants, you're now taking away that safe space that these groups, that community wellness centers offer. It's a place where people usually can talk about things that they wouldn't talk to anyone else about. So when you start to disrupt that safe space, that's an issue, which goes back to integrity. So definitely strength-based so that the people that are in these centers that are working understand and have proper education to provide their services in a peer-to-peer way, but keeping those boundaries.
Awesome. Yes, all really good points. Thank you very much, Star. Anybody else who would like to add anything from tables 11, 12, or 13? Yeah.
As a group facilitator myself, and along with my other Code is over here with Nami. At the beginning of all of our facilitation groups, you have group guidelines that everybody agrees to and adheres to, as well as principles of support. And right off the bat, the facilitator who is guiding these discussions are reading these out loud, knowing, number one, confidentiality. You can't say, can we all agree to that this group is confidential, and then go out and do that. You know you're breaking it, as you're saying. Number two, during this, we also make sure that there's a disclaimer. We are not doctors. This is not therapy. We do not recommend medications of any kind. So right there, if you're a facilitator, you're reading these, and then you do that, you are knowingly breaking what you just agreed to as a group. So we recently had a facilitator who had 3 strikes. They're out on a recent one. So retraining and released.
And I think that's one of the things that, I mean, a lot of us have been in the field for many, many years. That never takes the place of making sure you're up on your training. Okay? I've been in the field for 15 years and I still go to trainings to make sure I'm sharp. This is definitely something checking in. If you have a co-facilitator, it's one of the things I really appreciate about what you said. If you have a co-facilitator, check in with each other. Make sure that you're both upholding the same exact standards and ethical guidelines. So yeah, really, really good points. Anything else that you'd like to add? Go for it.
Okay, I was just gonna add just a couple thoughts when things like this happen. I think oftentimes as peers, if we overshare or we start to give advice and we slip into that mode, for supervisors and for everyone really, it's look at what are your unmet needs that are happening for you right now as a peer. Something's going on. So is your self-care, your wellness dipped? What is happening? Because your unmet need will show up in how you speak with and operate and work with others, right? And sometimes we don't see it. So, you know, as coworkers and supervisors, offering the space to say, what's happening for you right now? What are some unmet needs coming up that drove you to go into advice mode or something? Right. Yes, it's ethical, don't do that. And what's happening for you? And I see sometimes we don't recognize these opportunities in which until now the peer is now crashing and burning and on leave and right, because we're not picking up and sitting still within ourselves to say, what's happening for me right now and what do I need to pay attention to? Right. That's it.
Yeah. Integrity, self-reflection. Yeah, these are all things that are part of the ethical guidelines. So thank you guys very much. Fantastic conversation. Good to know. We're going to go on to scenario 5. So these are our last group of tables, tables 14 through 18. So for you guys, you work as a peer support specialist with a county behavioral health agency, providing individual peer support services to adults living with mental health and substance use challenges. You have been working with Tasha for 3 months and have built a strong rapport. Tasha often tells you that you are the only one who truly understands her journey, her individual journey. One evening, Tasha sends you a Facebook friends request with a message that says, "You made such a difference in my life. I'd love to stay connected beyond just appointments." Okay, so for this, tables 14 through 18, who was the vulnerable party? What was the level of vulnerability? And then what ethical guideline did you choose? Or guidelines?
Okay, my name is Jocelyn. I would say this scenario hit home to me because I as a peer, I had family that added me on Facebook, but they don't friend list to that. But I think we put middle risk of harm.
Okay.
And then we put like authenticity, respect, and integrity, and then kind of like the confidentiality because we don't want people to know like how do they value each other, safety and protection, because even if, let's say, like, the peer and the kind of like add them on a friend, the next step was like, oh, would you want to join to come to the party? That's kind of like, safety, like, now I have to protect you because you want, we both going to enjoy ourselves. And then mutuality and respect, and I think also like boundaries. So also going back to Tisha with your next session, be like, I appreciate that, you value me of like, as like a friend or a sister, but like I can't add you as a friend on Facebook because it's boundaries. You have your life and I have my life, and I don't want you fills me on what I'm doing on a Saturday night or a Friday night. So like, oh, Jasmine, I saw you went to the club at 5 o'clock in the morning. Don't worry about it. Things like that. So and that's what we, talked about.
Okay, yeah, that's really great, thank you. And understanding that in this scenario, yes, it is about boundaries and safety, but what happens when their sister friends you? Or they friend your mom, or your husband, or your partner, or how many different ways are you connected to those in your private life? Because now you've just opened all that up. So if you think, I need to not only protect myself and my client, but what's the ripple effect? Okay, where does that go? And as we all know, the minute you open the door, how easy is it to now close it? Okay, to go, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay, so again, we are not the only one. We are there to help them with their natural supports. Okay, and we should not be one of them. We have a job. Exactly. Good point. Thank you so much for that. So our tables, 5 minutes. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so tables, let's see, 18, 17, 16. Anything you guys would like to add? Yeah.
For this scenario, we put on significant risk of harm for the client because the line between friend and peer is blurred, and the client needs to develop their own strengths and not just rely on you for support. It could be a significant risk for the client's family if it becomes kind of public information. Say the client reaches out, friend requests you, and then could reflect badly on the family. And also significant risk for you as a peer support specialist. You could lose your job if things get out of control and say the client develops strong feelings for you. It could reflect poorly on your program's reputation as well. You would say, oh, Cal Voices is unable to train peers to be professional and set boundaries. We're also contracted with Kaiser, and we want to maintain that relationship. So even if anything embarrassing happens to Cal Voices, it could also reflect on Kaiser as well. Also would reflect poorly on the profession as a whole. Clinicians and people can have a tendency to doubt peers, and any example or mistake that we make is used against us quite frequently to cast doubt on the peer role. Sets a bad example for the recovery community as well. It kind of normalizes that crossing boundaries is okay and normal when it's not. Those boundaries are in place for a reason. For guidelines, we chose hope. You want to maintain the client's hope. They could lose hope, say if your program closed and they relied totally on you, and then all of a sudden, you're gone.
Right.
The client's holistic wellness, we want to emphasize that as well. They need their own strengths that come from themselves, not just you. And safety and protection as well. You could have your kids or your family info on Facebook. Also, info on your home and community events and things like that could be potentially a risk for you. And the client's privacy could be at risk, you know, if your friendship comes to light and it becomes like public social media information. People could question like, oh, where do you know this person from? Are you in recovery or something like that? That's about it.
Okay, so there's not a lot to add to that. I think you covered pretty much everything. All of you guys have. So I hope that this scenario and these different conversations have really helped you guys to check in with yourself. Check in with how you're handling not only yourself, but also when you're talking with clients, what you're talking about, where your boundaries are, okay? And I really hope that you guys have really utilized this as an area to kind of keep sharp, keep your training up, do what you need to make sure you're serving not only your clients the best you can, but also yourself. Okay, so thank you guys all so much for being a part of this conversation. I know that we're getting ready for lunch. So thank you guys all so much. This was fantastic. Good job.
Thank you. All right, how about one more round of applause for Katrina Roberts? Excellent. All right, well, we've come to halftime. It is lunchtime. So let me tell you how this is going to work. So everybody registered, and who registered chose their lunch. It is on the back of your ID card. So you're going to just go ahead and I'm going to excuse by table number, and then you'll get in line and pick up your lunch. The sodas are down here, and water. There's Diet Dr. Pepper, which is great because I don't ever see Diet Dr. Pepper anywhere on somebody's lunch. And then anyone who registered late or does not have a lunch on the back of their name card, we ask that you just wait until everybody else gets their lunch. We do anticipate there will be extra lunches left over. So, with that being said, I would like tables 1, 2, and 3 to go ahead and line up and get their lunch. Oh, it's muted, but I'll take it back. It's just too hard to talk.
Yeah, I thought about more.
So right now, I'll just have aspirate. All right, tables 4, 5, and 6, go ahead. Tables 4, 5, and 6. You need to get table 1. Okay, table 7, 8, 9. Hey, how are you?
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you. No, it's okay.
Can I get some groceries?
Yeah, I don't know if they're Ten, 11, 12. Tables 13, 14, 15. Seventeen, 18, 19. And then anybody else? Everybody else can grab lunch.
Hello, hello, hello. If you can hear me, there are lunches left on the table. If you'd like to take one or like another one now, go ahead and help yourself. There's roast beef, turkey, and some salads.
I know, but that gives me time to prepare for our next stage. What are you doing? Okay. I might need your help because I don't think I need someone to help me during my workshop at 1:15. And we're doing visioning exercise. But I have all these sticky notes for people. Because basically there's going to be 3 questions that Attendees ask, and they have to post up the sticky notes on the questions. Me and Nicole are going to about the little cards. But yeah, that's what the whole thing is posted. But how many is in this one? There's 6.
Different color, 1, 2.
Okay, so it's now
24. Oh, 1 per table. 2 tables. 1 per table.
So there's 24.
We can do 1 per table.
Yeah, 1.
Okay, so what do you have? 1 o'clock when you
Yeah, because each table is working together. Yeah, one per table. Thanks, Robert. I'm gonna leave this on the front. And then I think someone else is helping me during my performance already, but I just wanted help passing that on. Thank you, Robert. Okay. I want to give you this. Thank you. Yeah, Robert is getting this for 100 mile workshop because I asked him to do that. And then
Or Lillian. But we only have 1 microphone, so whoever wants to first.
yesterday at the office. I didn't look at it. That's on the computer.
Yes, because it doesn't like our font, so I would have to fix the entire font.
But I feel good. I just always get a little bit nervous before. But yeah, let's go ahead and do those. You got those things with charts. Yeah, I was like, I got that out so I could give that to you. To put in your pocket. Let's do.
Is this yours?
Yes, that is mine.
Make sure.
Yes, thank you. Dude, I don't know. This thing is fun. I feel like. What do you think is better? There's one right here.
It reminds me of coffee and beverages coming at 2:30. Yes. What? Yeah.
organization. Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, there's and so
Well, I would do that, because that's how the numbers go.
yeah. Because I was thinking questions and not it starts with what?
You want to just get to that?
Yeah, sure. I think we could. But then how are they going to get to them? Okay, but the big ass
Put them on the walls. Put them on the walls. Put them on the door there. The door. On a wall or back there in the door. On the back window.
But I'm
How
gonna,
are we getting congested? I don't know.
but I'm also gonna be like reviewing them after because it's just one person from each table. It's not gonna be everybody. They choose one person from each table.
I don't think you
Okay, so there's part two.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
So, bring ice tea or lemonade on the menu. They didn't bring it.
Or maybe that's for the afternoon.
Or the afternoon, after the afternoon.
Yeah, it's more common.
Right. When I saw plated cookies back there.
Yeah, that's
it's
the
like
snack.
sex state. Without
No, that's fine.
magic.
That's fine.
Other food? What is it? Because I saw plated cookies and I see boxes of chips and bags of cheese.
Yeah, that's
All of that thing. And
Go back here.
oh, we're gonna bring
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be.
back over the back. Skip that table. Okay. And everything in the back.
Can you check my eyes?
Oh, we haven't checked that.
I checked it before lunch. I checked it like before lunch.
These buckets are bigger than the ones we have here. What steps? So we can do that. Before you introduce her, you want to yeah, and we were open. So go for it. Yeah, and it should just play. Like, if you want to start it now, yeah. Then you'll be ready to go, and you'll be on streaming. So. Not yet. Not yet. She and I are. Yeah. Can't get this stupid thing off the computer. Hi everyone, we'll just get started again in about 5 minutes. So make your last self-care needs and chat with anyone on. I do want to make a couple announcements before I introduce our wonderful speaker. We will have a raffle at our 2:30 break, and we will have more raffles at the end. So we invite you to stay. The prizes continue to get bigger. So, and also do your bingo card because you'll get an extra raffle. But with that, I'd like to introduce Tiffany Murphy, who is the Chief Operations Officer at Mental Health America. Almost said Northern California, sorry. Mental Health America of California. And as we welcome her to the stage, can we give her a round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. How you doing today? I think I'm gonna want a little bit more energy than that. How are you doing today? That's what I'm talking about. This is an event I have enjoyed for many, many years. I won't tell you if it's beyond a decade or not, because you don't need to know how old I am. But if today I can share a spoken word piece with you, would that be okay?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I'm gonna stream some music while it goes, but it's not gonna be overbearing, okay? Escape. Here we go. All right, this piece is called Someone Else's Why. I'm gonna take the mic. It's a very mellow song, so if you want to just close your eyes and listen to it, you absolutely can. Hi. Can I ask you a question? It might result in more questions, support, and suggestions, but at least I'm not guessing, right? Are you happy? Are you bitter? Are you whole? Are you scared? Are you you? Or are you playing a role? You didn't answer that very quick. The pause says you may need to sit with it. Time to reflect, detect, and suspect. Or deflect, project, and reject. It's up to you what you discard or protect. Like old beliefs, you can keep close or eject. Don't inject them though. But let me see if something resonates with you. Because true for me may be to you untrue. Do you wake up some days feeling lost and confused? Survival mode got you feeling cognitively abused? Because yes, the struggle is real every day, every way. But just like blessings, it's on time, no delay. I'd like to challenge you though. Your resistance, your resilience. Shine a little light and illuminate your persistence. Because as a peer, you've dealt with unjust contention, infuriation, and deep-rooted apprehension. Yet time and time again, you push through when others withhold. You wipe tears, stand tall, speak truth, loud and bold. I know you hear me. You know who you are. Identify with your power instead of your scars. Because while trauma is not your fault, healing is your responsibility. You must be your biggest ally and not your biggest enemy. Because there are known and unknown people waiting on you, awaiting your alignment with your assignment to come true. So on today and every day moving forward, hold your head up high and know that you being you is someone else's why. That's it. Enjoy the rest of your conference, everyone.
Thank you. What the rest of your day as well. Yes. Oops. The water right slide. Thank you, Tiffany. We appreciate you. And that is the wrong PowerPoint. Now I'd like to invite my acting executive director, Danielle Zavala, to come up and join me for just a few moments as we take you through Cal Voices celebrating 80 years. So we are celebrating a lot this year. 80 years in the business, 40 years in Sacramento County, and 30 years of PEC. It's a lot. And so we're really excited to be here and share this with you all. So Danielle's going to take you through just some of our milestones and then our years in Sac County, and then I'll just do an overview of what the CPS LLP has done this year, or 3 years actually.
Hey everybody, good afternoon. How y'all doing?
Good.
Wait, I thought Tiffany warmed you up. I know that's true.
It's a nice meditation, yes.
All right. So I get to now tell you about Cal Voices and what. Sorry, I'm short, but also not technologically inclined. So okay. So we started in 1946. So as Nicole mentioned, we are turning 80 years old this year. We're the first agency in California to hire and create a patient's rights advocacy position all the way back in 1987, and now that's a requirement in all counties in California. We were also the first agency in California to hire a consumer and family advocate, and that was back in 1996, right here in Sacramento County. So they spearheaded that. We have provided consumer, family member, and youth advocacy services as part of our client and family voice contract with Sacramento County's Department of Behavioral Health Services from 1997 until 2022. So for a long time, we were embedded, had advocates embedded right with the county. We have provided employment opportunities for consumers and family members in Placer County through our family advocacy and adult advocacy programs since 2010. We have operated our Sierra Wind Wellness and Recovery Center since 2009. We started our WISE program. We have any WISE-U grads in the room? Yeah! So we started our WISE program. It didn't start off as a peer training program like it is now with WISE-U. We actually started out with WISE, going out to various employers of peer support workers and talking to them about, what are the best practices for the peers in your organization? And it was kind of wild because back then, even, we're only talking about, 11 years ago or so, it was still, back then, there were no clear-cut standards across, many employers. And there were some employers who were frustrated because they didn't know what to expect from their peers, and have peers who had worked with the counties for a long time, or their employers for a long time, and they didn't know what was expected of them either. And so we really tried to bridge that gap, and then we started our WISE-U program. And in 2016 is when we did our very first WISE-U Peer Training Academy. And back in 2023, so just a few years ago, we became a Platinum Bell Seal certified organization. So the Bell Seal is an award and acknowledgement for organizations that have outstanding workplace mental health practices. And that is an award that is granted by Mental Health America National. And so we have received that for now 4 years in a row, 23, 24, 25, 26. So as Nicole mentioned, we've been in Sacramento County operating programs here for the last 40 years, 4 decades. That's older than a lot of people in this room, right? Not me, but some of you. So we have been providing consumer, family, and youth advocacy services here in Sacramento. We had our Sacramento Advocacy for Family Empowerment program. So y'all remember the SAFE program, anyone out there? We've had our Mental Health Matters TV show that we filmed with public access TV. We've been doing that forever. We have our community support team that goes out and partners with county clinicians to connect with people in the community and in the field. We have our consumer operated warm line. We used to have, we don't have it anymore, but our Supporting Community Connections older adult program where we provided companionship for isolated seniors. We have our current program called SAC Map, and that is an online resource program where you can filter, right?
Filter find services. It's actually been very helpful for our peer support workers.
Thank you so much.
These are the 211.
Yes, exactly. So you can
211 though.
Yes. So you can go online to Cal Voices and go to our SAC Map page, and in there it's amazing because our staff has done great work finding all the available and current services in the county that are available either for free or without a referral or for low cost. And you can actually put in, your age, what language you speak, if you are a member of the LGBTQ plus community, if you are an older adult or something like that, so that it will actually filter resources that are right for you. And then, of course, a few years ago, we started our Certified Peer Support Specialist Leadership Liaison program right here in Sacramento County. I assume that many of you in the room have engaged with some of the trainings and support services that we've provided to organizations with peer support workers here in Sac County. So thank you all so much for being here with us today and celebrating our 80th year and our 40th year and our 30th year together. That's a lot of years. So I'll turn it back over to Nicole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donnell. Okay, so many of you probably know we are saying goodbye. The CPS LLP will sunset on June 30th. But I wanted to show you talk a little bit about what we've accomplished over the 3 years. First, you heard that we had some good impact when we were out doing outreach. Round of applause to Eddie and Kenneth. We met them at re-entry fairs, and they are now peer support specialists. So, proof that we did actually increase the peer support specialists in Sac County. That's great. Over 1,000 peer support specialists and employers attended our trainings. That's a lot. 170 individuals received CEU credits through our online learning system. So as we know, we have to get 20 units of CE credit every 2 years to make sure that we continue certification. Some folks have been taking that through our online program. We've engaged with and introduced peer support to more than 4,000 members of Sacramento County. That's through 20 plus outreach events every year for the past 3 years. And we've done 3 toolkits for peers and 3 toolkits for employers. So as I said earlier, you have a card there. I wanted to share, thank you, Jenny. I wanted to share from my team and I what we will miss. We'll miss interacting with all of you on pretty much a monthly basis because we've been doing 2 trainings a month for 3 years. We've also had our learning collaborative, the conference. So we will definitely miss that. We'll miss sharing our knowledge with all you peers and all your employers. And we'll also miss helping peers become certified and keep their certifications. So with that, it's been a pleasure to hang out with y'all, either virtually or in person. And we hope to see you out there working. So don't mean to make it sad. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. But yeah, we just wanted to let you know that we've enjoyed working with you over the past 3 years. And now I will bring Donna up, who is actually going to take you through a wonderful interactive workshop called Reimagining Workplace Wellbeing and Envisioning the Possibilities. So this is talking a little bit about what your ideal workplace would be and thinking about ways that you can, my brain just went out, but thinking about ways that you can achieve that workplace.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, for that awesome introduction, and thank you all for sticking around after lunchtime. So, piggybacking off of what Nicole is saying, the Reimagining Workplace Wellbeing, Visioning, and Possibilities exercise, we have done a lot in the past, and also one of the reasons why we are 4 years in a row, Bell Platinum certified as an organization that values mental health and workplace safety, and we want to make sure that our employees, are thriving in the workplace and outside of the workplace. And so my colleague here, Robert, is passing around some sticky notes, and I will say more about that when we get to that point. But our instructions, I'll go through them in a little bit more depth, but essentially there are going to be 3 parts. The first part, as an individual or in a pair, we are going to answer some questions on workplace wellness. And then you're going to share responses from part 1 with your table. And then you're going to decide as a group on one response to write on a Post-it note for each question. When you're done with your Post-it note, there are these big sticky note pads at the far right of me over here, and you can post them up. It just has to be one person from your table, but also if you're not really feeling like it, that's totally fine too. And then at the very end, we're going to have a whole group discussion. Okay, so when we radically connect with ourselves and others, our inner potential flourishes. By learning to remain open, refrain from judgment, truly listen to others, and effectively express ourselves, we can positively transform the environment in which we work and live. The purpose of this exercise is to assist you in creating both a personal and shared vision for enhancing connections within the workplace, to build more effective relationships with your coworkers, and improve the conditions you work in. We all share personal responsibility for creating healthy and productive workplaces for ourselves, our colleagues, and the people we serve. And I'm pretty much assuming that most people sat with their colleagues today, but if you're sitting at tables where you are from different organizations, you can still participate in this activity because we all work in the behavioral health field, so don't feel like you have to do some reshuffling. You can stay right where you're at. And so everybody in their folders should have a copy of this exercise. It's called Radical Connection Visioning Exercise. If you don't have a copy of this in your folder, please let my colleagues know. We do have some extra copies available, and we can get those out to you because there are some questions on here. But if you're at a table where other people have it, you can definitely feel free to just share with your people at your table. So I see there might be one person in the back who might not have it. I'm not sure if they were just stretching. Okay. So yeah, I'll give everyone a few moments to find that Radical Connection Visioning exercise, which you can also share with your neighbors. But we have extras. Okay, I think everyone might be okay. So part 1 here says, working by yourself or with another person at your table, answer the following questions. What would your workplace be like if you had the power to make it any way you wanted? What kinds of policies, procedures, and practices would exist? How would people in the workplace behave? How would employees interact with their coworkers? And how would they talk and behave with one another? their subordinates? How will they talk and behave with one another? So go ahead and answer part 1, 15. I'll give you about 15 minutes to do that, and you can feel free to do that by yourself, or you can talk with another person at your table. And yeah, I'll check back in with everyone in about 15 minutes. Okay, it's been 15 minutes since we did part one. I know that they're putting out our afternoon coffee and snacks a little early, but that's okay. I think we all need an afternoon pickup, so I'll wait for everyone to get their coffee and their snacks, and then we'll come back and continue in about 5 minutes. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
Why do you think this? Are they younger?
Want one?
Oh, thank you. I actually do want one. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. I know that there's still some people in line getting their snacks and their coffee, which is totally fine, but I do want to keep our activity going. So we're going to go ahead and jump on to part 2. If you're not back at your table, it's okay. You're still going to have time to do the next activity. The next part, because the next part is where you discuss as a group who is going to be the person from your group who is going to decide on at least one response to each of the questions from part 1 and write each one on a separate post-it note and use the present tense when writing your response. For example, organizational leadership checks in with line staff once a month to ask ask for their feedback and suggestions and most important issues and changes in the workplace. You may also write them in the spaces in your worksheet if you need to, but like I was saying earlier, my colleague who went around and passed out those big post-it notes, please write your responses on those post-it notes and stick it accordingly to the giant post-it notes over here on the window. And for this, I will give everyone 15 minutes to decide what the response is going to be from their group and who's going to go and post it up, and then we're going to discuss it. So I will check back in about 15 minutes, and that should give everyone plenty of time to get their snacks and their coffee and decide.
I saw them and I said, oh guys, my parents so I cannot be here because the time responsibility and it's like I have to make sure that we follow boxes on you might be first bottle boxes and the container, second bottle boxes. I see an entire picture into it and unload the traffic on the boxes. So it's needed by if I was
Yes. I wasn't expecting for everyone to get up and line up. Yes. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, everyone to get up. I mean, yeah, we were but you can use that. But it's also fine because these activities are like, but I mean, yes, put your seat over there. I was just about to say, I'm not seeing a lot of sticky note posted action. Yeah, it's a lot of cookie action. I'm seeing a lot of this, not a lot of this. Okay. No, it's really good. That was just cracking me up when I was like, okay.
Like checking my time. I do know that I don't know. It's on the back. I don't have context sex.
Well, earlier they were hanging out.
They
So
were there.
they left?
The last two days left. They were waiting. We still don't right now. They said we need more Kramer. I don't know where we get that. I'm out of there. Yeah, more Kramer, maybe just some more rapid fire. Which is sexy. I can tell James. For the record, we need another cup of coffee.
Is there's still more coffee left or there's not any more coffee? Because that's how much we ordered for that. So
They
I'm
took away
thinking,
2 breaths, and I thought you ordered with water.
so I'm thinking if there's no more coffee left, but that's really fast to run out of coffee.
Well, the tall ones are gone. There might be. There might be. I can't.
So yeah, I'll just call and see if it's still good. Because I think there should still be coffee. Beverage service if it's not, it's okay. I know. The beverages are good. One of my colleagues is a little run out of water. Yeah, I think it's fine. Thank you so much, James.
I just wanted to let everyone know we have about 8 minutes left in this part 2. So I would love to see some more sticky notes posted for our discussion portion in part 3. And I just wanted to give you a heads up about the time you have remaining. And as a reminder, you just need to have one person from your table go up and put some post-it note responses, and then we'll talk about it. And also, there will be more opportunities for snacks and coffee, so don't worry.
Okay, so clap once if you can hear me. Clap 2 times if you can hear me. Clap 3 times if you can hear me. Okay, I'm happy to see lots of post-it notes. If you are still working on one, that's totally fine. Take your time, go post it up. I'm just gonna quickly go on what we're gonna do now in part 3. So in part 3, as a group, we will review and discuss items from the flip chart, and we will also discuss some questions that I have for you all, but you all have a copy. And so I'm wondering if I can get one of my volunteers for running the mic. Thank you, Lillian. I think you have to do that. Okay, I'm gonna come over here now. And then Lillian, when it's time, and if anybody wants to participate or talk about more of their answers, she will have the microphone for you. Okay, I'm gonna give everyone a couple moments to finish with the Post-its. And thank you guys for participating, even though the cookies were distracting. Okay, so for a quick review, the first question says, what kind of policies, procedures, and practices would exist? And to review, we're talking about our workplace. So we have more company events, anniversary bonuses or acknowledgement, weekly check-in meetings with reminders of boundaries and confidentiality, peer supervisors and career ladder with cultural competency classes monthly, structured clear responsibilities, be welcoming, be able to work from home more often and flex hours to accommodate personal obligations. Management can take more trainings on how to treat staff with more respect and compassion. Human soft skills, more team building and activities to build trust between supervisors and staff. Together will be more respect and trust. Higher pay, self-care workshops, share wins and celebrations, less meetings, I hear that. No micromanaging, mental health days that are paid for staff weekly/bi-weekly or monthly, policies to pay higher wages, trauma-informed policies, peer supervisors and peer career ladder, pets allowed, peer development, I'm sorry, I can't read this last one. Peer development of, I don't know what that last word says. Oh, better development of policies. I think that's what that one says. Okay, anybody who put any sticky notes or didn't, do you have any other thoughts or anything you want to share or elaborate on, or things that came up for you when answering that question? Did I see a hand? Stick to the mission and vision and client-centered. Awesome. So I also want to ask, how is your current work environment different from the ideal work environment that you are envisioning?
Oh, the stickies up there, it's that green one on the last one.
Green one on the last.
Yeah, the second one on the bottom. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read your sticky note. Lack of respect and self-awareness of communication, resistance to change or management styles, communication, training, staff appreciation, accountability, take the initiative. Do you want to elaborate on that more?
I think we got it.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just want to hear more about it.
Oh, okay. So just for everything that starts at the top, right? The management. And then from the management, it goes to the bottom to the staff and the employees. So our group here discussed that the management should take more lead or the initiative and do trainings so that they can develop those human skills, so that they can be leading by example, so then the staff can build that trust and the respect with others. So taking the initiative is really important. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay, any other thoughts on that first question before we move on to question 2? Right there. Okay, Lillian is coming.
So I think all of that is really good, and that question that you asked, one of the things that I have seen, and I think it's important for us to realize that even the supervisors, the program coordinators, all of us, we all have a bad day every now and then, right? And so the expectation that they're going to be perfect and they're not going to have a bad day and crap's not going to fall downhill. I mean, I think that's just a little bit too much expectation. To be honest with you, it's been a pretty good place for me. With that, I'm going to shut up.
Jasmine in the back.
Maybe like team building, and also like around like productivity. Like, don't get mad if I don't get productivity because my client decided to cancel me. And maybe with kind of going back on point, if we don't have enough PTO, can we just have a day off without like PTO? If we don't have enough, like we don't care if we don't get paid. We just want unexcused time off. Amazon has that, but yeah.
Something that we talk a lot about at Cal Voices, and one of my favorite trainings is collaborative communication. And when we're talking about collaborative communication and nonviolent communication, one of the key points of that is having empathy for yourself and self-awareness so that you can truly understand your feelings and connect those feelings to the unmet need. And the other part of nonviolent communication is having radical empathy for other people and understanding where people's feelings are connected to their unmet needs. And we talk about that a lot in the context of the workplace. And a lot of what you guys are saying is reminding me of those concepts of like having empathy for ourselves and our needs, and having empathy for the needs of our managers and our supervisors and the people up top can really help with that communication breakdown that happens. And when we get to a point in our workplace where we're really hearing what each other wants, we are going to find that we have a lot more in common than we do differently, even when someone is our supervisor or somebody is our employee. So this is what this exercise is trying to also get to, so that we can understand where those feelings of frustration are coming from, or where those feelings of burnout are coming from, and what do we actually need from our employees, what do we actually need from our managers in order to create a workplace that is equitable, a workplace that is sustainable, and how can we accomplish those things together. So I really appreciate what everyone is saying. So for part 2, question 2, it says, how would people in the workplace behave? And then there's 4 different breakdowns of those questions. And so I'm just gonna read them, and we're just gonna go through it. How would employees interact with their coworkers? And how would they interact with their subordinates? How would they talk and behave is what this question is talking about. And they might be a little bit out of order, but I'm seeing that people labeled them, which is very nice, so thank you. So for part A, we have, we would treat each other with kindness and respect, authenticity communicate and serenity, treat each other with respect, communicate honestly, professionalism and inclusivity, active listening, helpful feedback, humility, ask and offer when needed. Managers would work together collaboratively with their subordinates. Managers, supervisors, and peers and clinicians are all treated as equal. Managers would be open to feedback, grow and develop intentionally, trust, independence, assume positive intent, servant leadership. I'm sorry, I don't really understand that one. Empathy with integrity, everyone feels heard and valued. Treat subordinates as employees, not patients or members. With kindness and respect. Trauma informed. And so it's interesting because A and B are asking about different perspectives, but a lot of these answers are saying essentially, the same thing. And that is getting at what I was talking about earlier about collaborative communication and nonviolent communication, and how oftentimes when there's a lack of empathy for ourselves and other people, that is where a lot of communication issues arise from. And we all want the same thing at the end of the day. We all want to be treated with respect. We all want people to understand us, and that the same thing goes in the workplace. So I want to invite anyone who wants to elaborate a little bit more on their answer or reflect on answering this question in their group. What was it like for them, and how did that go? We have a hand over here.
Okay, I'll snap. It just feels so awkward to sit down and try to talk. Hi everybody, my name's Taylor. I work for Cowvoices, not that you asked. But I think one thing that occurred to me in this section is it's really important to approach things when it comes down to feedback from a two-way street kind of point of view. I think that when you do direct service and you have people that you report to, it's okay to get feedback. And I think that sometimes even as a direct service provider, it's okay to go to your director or to your boss essentially and say hey, tell me the things that I can improve on. So I think in healthy work environments, being able to invite feedback, but not just sit down at the table and say tell me what I did wrong. I think that as service providers, when we can see feedback as a positive thing, it makes a huge difference because it also helps to put you in the driver's seat. So you're not just feeling in my supervisions or my collaborations, or even, if you don't have these official standing meetings, you have to talk to people and it can be intimidating. One thing that I found that's really helpful, like I said, in the work environment, is to go to my higher ups and say hey, where do you see areas in my work that I can improve? I think that having that mentality in the workplace can be really beneficial.
Thank you so much. And at Cowvoices, we call that mentality managing up. How can we help our managers manage us? Because at the end of the day, it's our career, it's our professionality, our development. And I agree, we should want to improve, we should want to know these things. And it's hard when you encounter a supervisor or a manager who isn't, maybe you're a manager that you're used to, where you can't ask for feedback, or it feels really intimidating, or you don't have regular standing meetings with them. And so finding ways to help yourself so that you can get those feedback and that you can advocate for yourself in the workplace, because that's also going to set a precedent for your manager as well. Because if they see that their employees, are wanting this type of feedback and asking for it, they're also going to eventually change their behavior and know that this is a need that my employees are consistently, wanting and asking for it. So thank you. And then we have another hand over here.
Yes, so Cassidy again. I was just going to say something that's helpful at our agency that we practice is exactly what y'all said, giving and receiving feedback.
But I think it's important, I just recently was promoted, so I feel still like a peer sometimes. But I think it's important, oh, thank you. I think it's really important that it starts with leadership, because when I walked into Stanford 2 years ago, they were like, feedback, we're gonna talk about giving and receiving feedback. I'm like, oh, this is awkward. But as we went through the trainings and as I realized that's the culture, one of my coworkers could come to me and say, hey, when you said this, I'm not going to take offense because I know that's within our agency's culture to give and receive feedback, that this person isn't attacking me. They're just telling me that, hey, this didn't sit right with me, or hey, next time consider this. It's almost like support and mentoring, and we learn and grow from one another, and I feel that's really healthy because I'm able to know that if I have something I need to say, I can go to them. Now, if you feel like you can't approach someone or they haven't made it approachable, something that also helps is we can go to our leaders, say I have this feedback I need to give, and both managers will be in there as mediators and allow the feedback to go back and forth. And I just think that it really starts with leadership to integrate that giving and receiving feedback into the workplace, because I don't think that a lot of employees, peers, people will be like just willingly to give that feedback in a culture that it's not accepted in. So I think it really starts with the leadership.
Thank you, and I absolutely agree. It does start with the leadership. And on our peer leadership team, we often do work with different employees and agencies discussing these things, and they'll say, well, my employee isn't doing this, and that. My peers are doing this and that, and I just don't know what to do. And we're always like, okay, what does the policy say about that? What does your leadership say about that? Where is it in their job description? Does this employee know what their role is? And so it absolutely does have to come from the leadership. Our peers, our employees, we're only as strong as our leadership, to be honest. And so, yeah, that does trickle down. If you don't have a strong foundation, it is going to be really hard. And as a peer, you're often going to be feeling like you're playing catch up, trying to figure out what exactly is expected of you. And these are things that we talk about a lot, and why it's so important for us as peers to find our voice and to find that empowerment, advocate for ourselves and advocate for our fellow peers so that we can have, a better workplace. And so now we're going to move on to C and D, and then I just have a couple more group discussion questions for you guys. So for part 2, question 2, C says, how would organizational leadership interact with employees? How would they communicate and behave with staff at all levels in the organization? Having ethical standards throughout the organization. Meet with all staff quarterly and conduct staff surveys to find out what is working and not working. Suggestion blocks, team building exercises. Peers are included in management meetings. Allow sentence enhancers. Create a peer-to-peer group supervision. No leadership management time aside. I'm sorry, this is I want this person who wrote this to explain it a little bit more. Is the person who wrote this pink note with the black marker in the room?
Sorry about that. So basically what it was is it was my peer, someone actually that I supervised came up with that. Actually, she did. It was talking about having peer-to-peer meetings, one-on-one sessions without management involved, about how I think it was a little bit of what we talked about earlier, how can I be better managed, and to talk about policies and like that. So sorry about the grammar, guys.
It's okay. There was just a lot of abbreviations, and I wanted to make sure I captured what you were saying.
And I'll add one other thing that I think is really crucial when we look at best practices out of SAMHSA and all the years we've been doing this work is if you are not in a peer-run organization, there should be peer leadership at all decision-making tables throughout the organization. Otherwise, all we're doing is responding and trying to push stuff back up, like policies, procedures, all kinds of things that are not going to work for lived experience workforce. So I think that's also really key.
Thank you. So part D for this question says, how would people resolve problems with one another, and how would they work together
communication and problem solving, cooperative, continued personal development, support equally, active listening with open communication, work problems out directly, work problems out with a mediator, find a compromise. Lack of respect and self-awareness. Oh, I had work. So I have some more group discussion questions for you before we wrap up this activity. What are some barriers to implementing the necessary changes to make this vision a reality in your workplace?
I would say leadership, higher up, they're always the problem.
I think in some situations, it's the time. Being able to take time out to be able to communicate. Because I don't know about anybody else, but I'm so rush. I need to push through. And so I'm going to take it to you in a short form. Yeah. And then people are like, well, what do you mean? And so the communication, I think it really takes the time out to actually take the time to have a meeting, to be able to feel safe, to be able to say, hey, this is what's going on, I need help. That's my, thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I just want to add, creating a safe work environment, it's a labor of love, and it does not happen overnight, and it takes a lot of work from all levels of an agency. And everyone in this room works in the behavioral health system, and we all know what it feels like to be extremely burnt out and to feel extremely run down, to feel like we're not being heard by our members, we're not being heard by our management, we're not being heard, period. And if we are actually going to envision a workplace that we want, it takes work and effort. And sometimes things have to stop so we can say, hey, this is a problem, and things are only going to get worse if we do not set the time aside to figure out what needs to happen so that people can feel safe at work, people can feel respected. And that goes for everyone, not just employees, line staff, it goes for managers and supervisors as well. Everyone deserves to feel safe and heard at work and feel respected and feel like there's mutual respect. And it takes time to do that. And if we want to stop repeating patterns of people feeling burnt out and not heard, we have to actually put in the time and work and to do that. And it is going to be uncomfortable, and it is going to be hard, but we have to be able to, like I said, have empathy for ourselves, be self-aware, understand our limitations and also our strengths, and be able to work together with one another and understand that at the end of the day, we're all peers. We're all people of lived experience, no matter how far up the food chain we are. And that is what ultimately brings all of us together. And that thing that we all have in common is what is going to help us help each other so that we can all have better places to work.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on record as saying at Cowboys, this leadership is not the problem. So I just wanna we have great leadership. Leadership is not the problem. So I think that, again, something that I found to be really helpful is, and that can be a barrier, is skill level. I think sometimes, especially in like productivity-based programs, we all have different skill sets. That's what makes peer positions so unique and effective. But I think sometimes along with that, there are barriers in skill level. And so like Thelma was saying, like it's really important for there to be safety in the environment. But I think also amongst leadership, when you're under leadership that uses almost like this golden thread I like to call it mindset, where it's like, hey, everybody has different skills, but how can we translate and consolidate these skills to work towards a common goal? I think that's really important, because then everyone feels comfortable to bring their unique skill sets to the table. And if like, for example, if I'm super good at documentation and my teammate does really well with outreach, how can we kind of bridge that gap so that we're all working towards the same goal? So I think a barrier can be skill level, especially in this field, but that also creates opportunity for us to figure out how to bridge that gap and work together towards the goal.
Thank you. I really like what you said about, where we see gaps, that is just another opportunity for us to uplift another person or for us to build up on our own skills. And I want to ask one more question of the group, and then I will go ahead and wrap up my activity for today. What are some specific things you can do personally in your workplace that can help make this vision a reality? Show up every day, is that what I heard?
Thank you very much, Masood again, for opening doors. So personally, in the organization, everyone has their role to play. And, but for me, I am always trying to encourage open door policy, sharing experiences, building on a staff team play, like everyone from the reception to the security guards, to driver, to managers, to directors, to leadership. They are there to play at their own level to the success of the program or the projects or the organization itself. We always have trainings like practices. One of them, I give an example, like carrying a ball on the ring with a lot of strength while everybody is taking the ball from one cup to other. So it shows that everyone at the organization are playing their own role to the success of the project, regardless of the position or the salaries. So a lot of communication should be two ways communication, top, bottom, and bottom up. Because the decisions, the work that you are playing is effective to the organization. Everyone has their own skill sets and good contribution at their capacity to the success of the program, regardless of who you are in the team. But encouragement should be there, appreciations, shout out, and from the managers or leadership, always lead by example. So leave your paths to others to the success, and change the wording of I to we, because we are a team and we are working together to the success, and together everyone achieve more. Thank you.
I would say one more response, but I would like everyone to, well, I'll take two because I just see two hands. But I want everyone to take this with them and think about what you can personally do to make your workplace better.
I think being curious. We're all in peer work, and that a lot of the times means that we use our lived experience to do what we do, which means that, we saw with the panel, right? Like a lot of those people up there shared some really tough times in their lives that they have grown from and made a journey through. And I think sometimes we kind of fix ourselves in this idea of this limited belief system of what we're capable of. And it keeps us in a space, and I don't want to speak for everyone, but a lot of times it keeps us in a space of being afraid to ask a question, to be curious, because you don't want to look like the person that doesn't know anything. You don't want to look dumb, right? But I think the best way to show up in the work that we do is to be curious professionally, and ask those questions and put yourselves in those conversations that you feel like you might not belong in because you don't know what they're talking about. But you only don't know until you know,
right? So just not being afraid to ask questions and not letting the fear of no be the reason that you don't even try. Because sometimes it will open the door for an opportunity that you didn't even know was there, simply because you just asked, hey, what are you talking about? And sometimes that's enough to open a door for yourself, to allow you to either show up in a space that you didn't know you belonged in, or create a new space in the agency that you work for, just because you're good at something and you developed it through asking. So don't be afraid to be curious. Ask questions.
Hi, I really like what you said about that curiosity, because it's definitely aided me really in a positive way throughout my life. And what I would say I could do more is to show up every day authentically. So when you show up just as yourself and you don't dim your light, you make it okay for someone else to do that. Not just your patients, but your colleagues that might be afraid to, show that side of themselves. So it breaks that stigma down, one act of sincerity at a time.
Thank you. And we'll get you. We'll be our last response. And yeah, I think authenticity is number 8 on our ethical standards, if I'm remembering that correctly.
To piggyback off of the authenticity, we don't forfeit. It's not either or, but it's and. We're authentic and we're professional, because that is a really safe boundary for ourselves. We're in contract with our employer. We don't have to give them our living experience. We tap into the resource of what we have lived. And as we are still in recovery, as we are still in therapy, as we are still resolving the today, we don't owe them that. They can't pay me enough coin to dig into that part right now, right? So the professional part of me is also like, yeah, I have a LinkedIn and I'm punching in and I'm punching out, but I'm also going to be professional, because I'm going to also remember the job I had before this one and the one before that one and the one when I was in high school and the one I was at 18, and so again, it's those small consistencies. I'm authentic, but I'm on time. I'm authentic, but I'm doing my work from home because I'm actually working from home. I'm authentic and I'm getting my documentation done and not doing it beyond the time I'm paid. So I'm not giving anything away for free. That's part of being professional, but that's also what's going to keep you sustained in peer support. So those boundaries, that's what's going to keep us going. So don't ever, ever, ever make this your whole identity, or your career is an aspect of who you are. It's not the whole of who you are. And some days it's okay if it's just your bread and butter. It doesn't have to be your heart and soul every single day.
Thank you so much. I think that was a beautiful response to end off this activity. And I just want to say thank you so much for everyone for participating. And I'm going to pass it on back to Nicole to bring us back for the next theme. I think I went a little bit over time, so I'm sorry. But I was making up for the snack break.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Snack's good. Snack's good. Well, it is 2:30. So we're gonna skip the break. We'll probably get out a little bit early. We'll do them all at the end. I want to be respectful to our speaker. That is all. That is all. I understand that. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's your drink. Anyway, thank you all. Thank you, Donna. Appreciate that. No. You're welcome. Now I'd like to invite Nicole Chilton to come up to the stage. Nicole is program manager for our Access California program, and she's been working with Cal Voices for over a year and a half and has a passion for advocacy and prevention and mentorship. And one of the reasons we invited her here today is because this is supposed to be advocacy in action, hope in action, and I would just like to invite her to the stage now. All right. I'm gonna pop open my water bottle before I get started because I get tongue-tied. There it goes. That's just a part of me. That's a part of my presentation skills. All right. So, hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Chilton. I'm Program Manager of Access California and Program Director of California Association of Peer Professionals. Can you guys hear me? I feel like I'm trying to bend. Firstly, I want to say thank you to Nicole, Zana, and Jenny. So, see Zana, and I think the rest of the group are walking around. But I want to thank you for inviting me to join you all to discuss peer support moving forward. It's an incredible privilege to be asked to be here with everyone on such a significant day for the Certified Peer Support Specialist Leadership Liaison Program team and conference attendees, honoring 30 years of hosting this event and Cal Voice's 80th year and the 40th of other programs. And since I started with Cal Voices, I've had the opportunity to learn from each of you in various ways. And based on the accomplishments that were shared earlier this afternoon, I know everyone in this room would agree the impact each of you have made over the years is priceless. Thank you. So when I was asked to join the event today, I felt an extreme sense of honor, along with some anxious nerves that you might be picking up on right now, because that's just a part of who I am, and when I present, it just comes out. So, however, once those nerves started to settle and the team shared today's theme with me, hope in action, achieving success, I instantly began reflecting on each and every one of you and the life-saving impact of the peer support workforce. In all of the conversations I've had with peers since I've started with Cal Voices and opportunities for policy and advocacy related to the peer workforce, the ways that peers advocate for peers, the principle of hope and recovery, and resources for advocacy in the BHSA. And these are all things I'd like to explore with you all. Being part of a community of individuals who passionately apply your lived experience to help decrease behavioral health stigma, filled with compassion and innately serving as advocates, is a privilege, and I'm grateful for these roles with Access California and California Association of Peer Professionals, which has given me that opportunity to learn from peers like you throughout California. I don't want to let this moment go by without saying thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for sharing your stories and for helping to walk alongside individuals through their recovery journey, and for your commitment to nothing about us without us. So to explore the first theme, advocacy and policy, I'd like to take a couple of minutes to share with you about our advocacy program, Access California, which is a program of Cal Voices funded by the Behavioral Health Services Act through a contract administered by the Commission for Behavioral Health, now known as Behavioral Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. Access stands for Advancing Client and Community Empowerment Through Sustainable Solutions. Launched in 2017, Access California is Cal Voices' statewide client-run behavioral health advocacy program. Our mission is to strengthen and expand client participation in local and state level advocacy and build knowledge and skills that expand individual and community empowerment. Some of our program activities include conducting quarterly training sessions and regional networking events in rural and diverse communities serving BHSA priority populations, tracking and analyzing local, state, and federal policies, and identifying opportunities and methods to shape policy. Currently, Cal Voices and County Behavioral Health Directors Association, also known as CBHCA, sponsor AB 96. This bill would eliminate high school diploma or equivalent requirement for CMPSS certification, removing barriers, and expanding access to peer roles. It's scheduled to be heard by the Senate Health Committee next Tuesday, and we're pleased to share that it has received unanimous support in the Assembly and hope for the same in the Senate. Cal Voices is supporting and opposing several bills. We supported AB 2138, which requires enhanced care management providers to include at least one certified Medi-Cal peer support specialist on their interdisciplinary care teams to integrate peers into enhanced care teams. At this time, AB 2138 remains in committee. For the budget, among many of the issues and following advocacy efforts, we've brought forward to the legislature. And they include rejecting the May revision to eliminate $6.7 million in ongoing funding for the community advocacy grants, which directly impact our program, Access California. And as of yesterday, we're happy to share that the Senate has recommended to restore funding. So more news to come on that. It's still a work in progress. We're really excited about it. And like I said, it's still a work in progress. So we've got our boots on the ground. We've got a support letter in the back if any of you were interested in picking that up. There's still movement to be made, but because we know that the Senate has recommended that restoration, we're looking forward to what's beyond and ahead. We also are bringing forward supporting for certified peers alongside navigators to assist with Medi-Cal eligibility, enrollment, and retention, and leveraging their efforts as peers for outreach and engagement with clients affected by HR1. Additionally, saving Medi-Cal mobile crisis services, shifting the cost of mobile crisis services to counties will cut this life-saving service, as well as supporting the Senate's revenue proposal for a fair share contribution to Medi-Cal from the top 2% of corporations. So we are happy to report that our policy director has completed our legislative research and submitted a proposal to the Behavioral Health Committee to make peer support services a covered Medi-Cal benefit and an issue critical to our community. We are undertaking several major policy advocacy initiatives, and none of this can be done without your support and participation. The next thing, peers advocating for peers. Through Access California's contract with the Commission, we subcontract with 12 local level entity subcontractors who are also peers advocating for peers as consumer operated service providers and organizations within the behavioral health system, and make up the group of individuals that you see here on this slide. In the middle of the group, if you can see it, is one of our local level entity representatives, sporting a t-shirt that says "Nothing About Us." She often wears that with pride to many of our events. And with our local level entities, who are community agencies within 5 regions throughout California, providing support to individuals who are receiving or are eligible for services in the public behavioral health system. As trusted community allies, local level entities elevate client voice and promote advocacy skills to address accessibility barriers, including systemic, structural, and/or financial barriers when accessing behavioral health services. These local level entities are fighting alongside each and every one of us, fighting for funding, peer goals, and workforce sustainability. And during our recent annual statewide conference, Peering Forward, which took place this last January, local level entities joined us to discuss the ways they are adapting to changes within the Behavioral Health Services Act and the impact to their certified medical peer support goals. Key takeaways from our Peering Forward panel discussions included local level entities sharing that they are diversifying their programs and grading funding to involve more peer roles. They're encouraging counties to adapt roles to include part-time positions for those who are unable to work full-time. They're also looking for creative ways to incorporate new billable groups or modifying groups they already have. Internally, local level entities and other community leaders also encourage their certified medical health care support specialists to embrace working in multiple roles, either as community health workers, encouraging peers to become ACEs aware certified, or exploring pathways of certification to become certified wellness coaches, or if they have lived experience with substance use recovery, they are encouraging certified medical health peers to consider certification for substance use prevention treatment services. With such a huge system overhaul, like going from the Mental Health Services Act to the Behavioral Health Services Act, it's normal for many of us to feel lost, left behind, or hopeless. But as we stand here today, as many of you have shared throughout this whole entire day, we want to look forward to building on and standing on your roots to please remain resilient, tap into your transferable skills. Like our consumer operated providers are working to adapt to the BHSA, look for other roles and other ways to apply your motivational interviewing and trauma-informed approach to services, or anger management, decision-making, networking, and shared opportunities within harm reduction skills as you move forward. Before we continue on to review some data that we've gathered from our peer workforce surveys, if you don't mind, I'd like to do a quick kind of live data poll of you all. And don't worry, you guys can remain seated. But we're just gonna ask for a show of hands. How many of you in this room have been in the peer workforce for 20 years or more? All right. That's wonderful. We saw maybe 7 or 8 of you. So now I want to go on to ask, for those of you who just raised your hands, you're going to be included in this next ask. How many of you in this room have been in the peer workforce for 15 years or more? Okay. So go ahead and keep your hands raised and let's ask again. How many of you have been in the workforce for 10 years or more? All right. Continue to keep your hands raised. How many of you have been in the workforce for 5 years or more? All right, it's growing. How many of you have been in the workforce for 3 years or more? Okay. How many of you have been in the workforce for a year or more? Okay, here we go. And if you can't keep your hands raised just a second longer, how many are maybe newer to the peer workforce within the last year or so? Yeah, all right. Thank you all. Round of applause. So as we went on through that activity, we can see how the peer workforce grew, how it grew within Sacramento County alone and grew in this room. And just like this workforce grew over the years to get us here today, that will continue on beyond this day, beyond these doors, and through generations to come. Thank you again for participating in that moment. We're in a room full of people with common ground and passion to move this work forward. And I'm really grateful to be able to see and learn from each and every one of you today, and to be in this room, to hear your stories, peer responses, with Zana's activity that was just finishing up and wrapping up. You all are the experts. And honestly, throughout the day, I was like, we all should be up here talking about this workforce. You're all incredible. So, as mentioned, Access California hosts 5 regional workshops. This picture is following our very last regional event last October. At the same time that we are going throughout California hosting these events, we are also conducting our annual peer workforce survey. And so to continue exploring peer support moving forward, I want to take just a couple of minutes to look at some data that we've gathered. It's questions related to personal growth, impact, and promoting health equity from our survey participants. So to give a little background, in 2024, we received a total of 340 survey responses, and 29 of those responses came from peers here in Sacramento County. What you'll see on the left-hand side is a response from those peers to the question, is Medi-Cal Peer Support Specialist certification required for your position? So we see that in 2024, 62% of respondents said yes. In 2025, we received a total of 327 responses, and 50 of those came from peers in Sacramento County. And so on the right-hand side of your screen, we see that there was an increase of peers who were required to have certification at 73%. So that probably isn't much of a surprise. We're going to take a look a little bit further into some of this data that we captured from those peers. In this next slide, we ask peers to reflect on the statement, I am constantly learning and growing in my role. And we also ask them to choose from options either strongly agree, somewhat agree, neutral or no opinion, somewhat disagree, or strongly disagree. As you can see, in both 2024 and 2025, a majority of survey participants strongly agreed with this statement. The next statement we ask peers to reflect on is, I am positively impacting people's lives. From 2024 to 2025, we see an increase of individuals who strongly agree. And in my opinion, my hope is that in 2026, we continue to see this number increase. The next statement and data we wanted to share today is the services I provide promote health equity and recovery. From 2024 to 2025, we see a significant increase of survey participants who strongly agree. So in 2024, 69% of respondents chose strongly agree, and in 2025, we have just over 86% of respondents who chose strongly agree. As the workforce adapts to the overhaul from the MHSA to the BHSA, as peers, you are innately called to adapt and grow, to positively impact people's lives. And as peers, often acting as a trust bridge and cultural brokers within a system of barriers, you actively promote health equity within the steps towards the recovery journey every single day. Looking at these responses, my hope is that we see that needle move for those who may not see themselves in agreement or with the statements that we just looked at, and that in the future more individuals could respond with somewhat agree. And as we wrapped up our look at this data, I wanted to share some reflections from peers. With each of these quotes, I'm hoping that they resonate with you. Starting with peers need to be recognized for the work that they do and be compensated for the work appropriately.
Amen.
Peers need to be included in the conversation when policies are being made. We are first responders a lot of the times, and we should be treated and given that same respect. All right? Next, the peer specialist role is diverse and expands out from the AOD and recovery model. And peer support services should be available to everybody, regardless of what type of insurance they have. All right? And I'm sure many of you can agree with this next one. That's why you're all in this room today. I love being a peer. All right? And finally, there is no substitute for lived experience. So as we wrap up the day, I wanted to leave you all with another message of hope that we've heard threaded throughout the day together. When I first reflected on today's theme, hope in action, achieving success, for some reason, my brain just wanted to turn it into an acronym. And possibly because we work with so many of them. But anyhow, I worked with hope in action. That became HIA. But then it hit me really to focus on the principle of hope, the epicenter of what keeps so many of us going every single day. So hope became the acronym I focused on, and is the last thing I'd like to walk us through this afternoon. So, moving peer support forward with hope. Starting with H. H stands for healing. O stands for opportunities. P stands for passion. And E stands for empathy. When we put that together, it becomes healing opportunities with passion and empathy. That is what you all do every single day. Bringing hope. Hope is within this room. It's filling up to the doors and will continue to walk out after today. You are hope in action, and you are moving peer support forward. You are meeting individuals with mutual respect and planting seeds for recovery. That impact doesn't just go away because of system change. Peers, you're born out of a grassroots effort, and I know many individuals throughout the state who will fight as long as they can to keep this workforce alive. And they're writing books, they're meeting with county board leaders and planning councils. They're passing on their knowledge to younger generations and unapologetically fighting systemic barriers. And we're asking you to do the same. And to quote anthropologist Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. With that said, in our world of change brings us back to advocacy. The strength of the workforce lies within each of you, calling you to move forward, relying on tools and resources, and growing your networks. If you aren't already involved in county-level Behavioral Health Services Act community planning process discussions to help ensure peers are integrated throughout the system, you as a stakeholder have the right to be involved. If you're not sure how to get started, you can check out our Cal Voices YouTube page, where we've uploaded Access California training webinars and podcast episodes about the BHSA and the Community Planning Process Toolkit, which was created by the Commission on Behavioral Health. You might also refer to CalMESA's Behavioral Health Services Act Meaningful Engagement, a guide to the community planning process. You can also check out our website, calvoices.org/access, where you can find the link to join our mailing list to receive updates about our upcoming events. Other opportunities to stay connected is through the California Association of Peer Professionals. Growing every day, we currently have 900 general members registered with CAP. We host quarterly meetings for members to learn about updates to workforce data from CalMesa, updates on legislative policy related to the peer workforce, updates on opportunities to be involved in the California Behavioral Health Planning Council, and training opportunities throughout the year. So finally, before I leave today, I would be remiss if I didn't thank our Access California Program Coordinator, Jocelyn Farrell, in the back. Jocelyn helps provide support and every day is a thought partner with me. She provides vital support to our local level entities and helps with coordinating events, outlining our annual program calendar, gathering and analyzing data to improve program engagement, and communicating with individuals through our Access email. Her support and being a thought partner is more than I could ask for every single day. So I'm just really grateful to be a part of this group with Access California. And some other key CalVoices staff who support activities of Access California include our policy director, Marilyn Agnefer. She was supposed to be here today, but had some other things that took her away. And our acting executive director, Danielle Zavala, who was here earlier. And this work is possible because of each of them. And I'm so grateful to be able to learn from everyone in this room. Finally, as I started off, thank you for being you. Thank you for making today a success, for elevating the voices of individuals receiving behavioral health services, and for modeling recovery. Please continue to let your peerness and your light shine through as you inspire others and move forward as peer support specialists. Guess I didn't need it. Now I will. Big challenge. Okay, well, we have journeyed to the end of our day together. We have a little bit of time left, which includes a raffle of everything. As my friend said earlier, we missed the raffle at 2:15, but that's okay. That doesn't mean those things go away. And so I'm here with Jenny. She's getting everything ready. But while she does that, I'd like to give Nicole one more round of applause. Thank you for being here with us today and doing the meaningful work you do in the Access California program. I just have a few things to say before we get to the raffle. We'd like to give an amazing shout out to our facilitators today from our YU program and our Access California program. We could not have planned these events without them and their expertise and whatnot. I apologize for these slides. It doesn't like my font, but I also want to thank our volunteers, Marin, who Nicole talked about a little bit earlier, assisted us earlier on. We've got Yvonne Baker, Billy Cabral, Candace Godfrey, Stacey Evans, Jocelyn Farrell, Savannah Mitchell, Shel Monroe, Lahoma Seymour, Alexis Trujillo, and Christina Vo. Without them, we could not have brought this together. We used to be a team of 5 strong, but unfortunately, due to some things beyond our control, we're down to 3, and they were so helpful in assisting us with this. So we thank them very, very much. As we mentioned, this is the last Peer Empowerment Conference hosted by CalVoices. We developed this conference through a lot of hope and love. We've all had some challenging times with the transitions we've talked about, many of us in this room especially. But we wanted to leave you with a sense of hope as we close this chapter for us and for CalVoices in Sacramento County. We hope that there will continue to be a peer conference because we've gotten a lot out of this working with all of you. We've heard over the years, over the 30 years, how much people get out of this conference, and so we hope that anyone will continue it. Maybe we can bring it back at some point, who knows. But it's about that hope. So we want to thank you for your continued support and attendance at today's conference and any other ones that you've been to. You are actually what makes this conference special. So thank you very much. All right. So we also could not have brought you the raffle prizes without our friends around Sacramento County. So we got wonderful donations from Bennett Crocker, the Kings, Buckhorn Grill, Sac Republic, the California Automobile Museum, Fanny Ann's downtown in Old Sac, the California State Railroad Museum, and the Sacramento Children's Museum. So it's not without, we come together in Sacramento as a community, and they were very, very willing to support us. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jenny, who's going to complete the raffle for today.
All right. Thank you. Okay, you guys are lucky because you stayed till the end when I brought out the good stuff. Yeah. And you'll see a couple candles, but there's a lot of good stuff here. So I'm going to call the number 2 times, and then you get the chance to come up. I will not be repeating any numbers because we know we all want to go home. It's Friday. We have another one here? Awesome. Somebody completed their bingo. All right. Okay. You get your choice of anything on the table, so make your choice. Otherwise, somebody's going to come up behind you and take it. 820-943. All right. Yeah, that's a good start. 821-094. Nice. That's 2 for 2.
2 for 2, Jenny. We're on a roll.
All right. 821-007. Oh.
No one's 007 today, huh?
821-007. 821-018. Okay.
Jenny, can we know this in the
Nope, it's a surprise.
It's a surprise.
Yeah. There's a mystery gift. 821-022. And winner, winner! 821-026. Got another winner over there? Right. 821-037. 820-949. I heard a need. Yay! 821-014. Some of you are only 1 away.
I got 2.
821-104.
Oh.
It's like the same number.
Hey!
All right.
You got a pile from we got one.
Yeah.
Okay.
821-072. We're still playing. 821-097. 821-107. Hey! 821-063. 821-068. 821-082. Do we have a winner for that one? All right. 821-112. Congratulations, Jessica.
Congratulations, Jessica.
821. Thank you. 821-003. Oh, we have a winner. 003. All right, there's lots of good stuff. 820-916. Yay! Love it. 820-996. All right. 820-915. All right. All right. 1, 2, 4. All right. 821-076. Woo-hoo! The ladies in front. All right. Somebody keep on coming behind you. They're going to take your prize. All right. 821-110. Yeah, we have a winner right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 prizes left. 8 prizes left. Don't give up. 820-919. Yay! Right on, Jamie.
Oh, here.
821-021. Oh, sorry. Okay. 820-955. 821-105. All right. 821.
Nope.
How did you get to? Oh, you had a bingo. She's a double winner.
Apparently it can happen.
Yep, she played bingo. All right. 821-061. Hey! 4 prizes left. Well, 3. 820-914.
We'll do it really nice.
Oh, we have a winner. All right.
So, 2 left.
He's coming to get hit.
Yeah.
Okay, for the last 2 prizes. 820-932. 820-976. Oh, we got a winner. Way to go, Tim. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Horseshoes and hand grenades. All right, for our very last prize, 821-051. Hey! That is it. We want to say thank you so much. Remember, our learning world is on still. It will close June 30th. No. Oh, never mind. I'm lost to know. Go ahead.
We want to thank you all for being here with us today. It's been a great experience yet again. What Jenny said is not correct. mason jars, please leave the tablecloths.
You'd be surprised.
We do have other programs. All right, have a good one.
I'm actually really sad. Thank you.
Great seeing you. This is like so funny. Every time like a family friend is here, I'm like, this is so crazy.
I know, because it's like you're seeing me in a professional setting.
I know.
Which you never see me in.
I know. This is like weird.
I know, you always see me being a goofball.
I know. Look at you.
I know, I could be professional too.
Right. No, it was crazy because like, you know, when I would like help out other people, like friends or like friends of friends, and they were like, they came to my work and I was a true professional. And they're like, this is so weird. And
I
you're
know.
always joking around, but like,